get started. Let's call this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the City Council conducted as a committee of the whole for January the 19th, 2016. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Ms. Morris?
Present.
Mr. Mandelbaum?
Here.
Ms. Seymour was here earlier. Mr. Brightwell?
Here.
Mr. Percassi will be in a little bit. And Mr. Cruz?
Present.
Mr. Frazier?
Here.
You have 5 members present.
Thank you. We have kind of a busy schedule this evening, even though it doesn't look long. If you look at the items are going to be kind of busy, so let's get started and we'll work our way through them. Item number 1 is Section 24 and 25 capital, part of the capital improvement plan. Mr. City Administrator, you want to lead that off?
Mr. President, to the council, mayor, Madam Clerk, Lee Schultz, our city engineer, as well as Gary Trussell and Matt Slicker, are here from HRC. They'll be making a brief presentation. We are outlining a number of improvements for sections 24, 25, and set area. We've part of section 13. As we go through this, I'm looking to get a council conceptual buy-in. The overall value of these investments are over $48 million, designed to address long-term flooding. Tonight I'd like to focus primarily on the concept plan, the acquisition of some additional parcels of land for part of future staging for stormwater. And then I'll just speak very briefly on the water, the charges this to our water system. We have a fund balance of about $31 million, debt of about $12.5 million. So you've got roughly $18 million to work with. We're servicing about $2.5 million worth of debt. Conceptually, as we go through that debt, and we'll work with the finance committee, we could virtually keep our rates, which have been in Oakland County in the lowest quartile in the entire county. We could consistently, one of the always stayed in that group, keep our rates the same. Last year we had a 14.5% increase from the Great Lakes Water Authority. We only passed a 4.5% increase on to our residents and business owners. So we would keep that same budgeting philosophy in mind. We had engaged Plant Moran to do a water rate study about 1.5 years ago. We put that on hold until the dust settled on the Great Lakes Water Authority. And that dust is starting to settle. There's still a number of pieces. We've gotten through our first increase with them. We know what future increases are going to look like. So if we could focus on the proposed work, if there's consensus for that, and then this other parcel of land which we'll be showing council. And then, I feel real confident that we could structure this within our existing rate structure without having a major increase. And had some preliminary conversations with Plant Moran and our own finance staff about that.
Okay. Can we have the presenter come to the, and I've been corrected, that is a lectern, it's not a podium.
It's a lectern?
That is a lectern. A podium is a, if you weren't tall enough, you'd be standing on a podium to look over the lectern.
Learned something new today. I hope everyone's doing well this evening. These Section 24 and 25 areas have really been on our radar for a while for various reasons. Of course, some basement backups that we've had on and off throughout the years in this area, as well as a lot of water main breaks, and now, like many other parts of the city, the road conditions are continuing to deteriorate. So I just wanted to bring this up, showing you, this was from our water master plan from 2014. So this was in the springtime 2014 when we got this finalized and had presented this to council. And a lot of these areas you see colored are areas that we first, because these were already in our queue, focused a lot of our road dollars when that road bond was passed. And section 24 and 25 were highlighted here as well. A lot of that was driven by this map. Is a blow off from about 9.5 to 10.5 mile. The red diamonds on this drawing are water main breaks. So you can see they're really scattered throughout this entire area. These were breaks between 2009 and 2013. Again, this was from our 2014 Water Master Plan. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention and show you we're finally getting here. You know, little by little, we're attacking these areas and replacing these aged water mains. Then we had our August rain event in 2014. So this was a major flooding event. It was about a 300-year storm in this part of town. And this is a heat map that we had developed and had submitted to FEMA. So this heat map with the darkest colors kind of showing where the center of the greatest concentration of basement backups occurred, but it really occurred throughout this entire area. This east part of Southfield is almost entirely in a combined sewer district. So that means that all of the stormwater from the road and all the sanitary sewage from people's homes and businesses all go into one pipe. So this is our plan of attack. We've really segmented the whole, these two sections into 14 areas in 24 and 25, plus an area in section 13 that we also had basement backups during that large August event. That in section 13 of the city, that area 15 on the map, that's not somewhere that we historically have basement backups, but just that storm event really kind of put a focus on any of our problem areas in the whole city where we might see this basement surcharging of the system.
Was that caused because of the combined sewer district, because 15 could be affected also?
Right, so anytime there's a rain event, even in our separated parts of the city, which is 85% of the city has separated sanitary and storm sewers, there's still always some amount of clear water that gets into the sanitary system from footing drains around people's homes when homes were built in a certain era of time that was standard for them to just hook up to the sanitary sewers. So that's what we call clear water, just because it's certainly not drinking water, but it's not sewage, and we want to minimize that because we have to pay to treat anything that goes into the sewers. But in this combined sewer area, it's part of a district that everything is combined, so everything goes to a treatment plant in this part of town. It's part of the George W. Kuhn Drainage District, if you hear that term spoken about. And it was all those combined sewer areas that were hit during that August event. So in all of these areas in 24 and 25, you have combined sewers in the streets everywhere except in Area 1. So in Area 1, which is right here, there are separate storm sewers and sanitary sewers down each of those roads, but that all drains to the south to the 10 mile and then enters a combined sewer system. So that neighborhood also gets affected because the whole combined system surcharges and then it pushes back up into the neighborhoods. And whoever's got the lowest basements, they're the ones that start to flood first. So part of our first plan of attack would be Area 3 and Area 9. So Area 3, we have submitted grants for FEMA money that we're feeling confident that we're going to get some money to make some improvements in that area, but we've yet to hear back from FEMA. We're hoping to hear back from them by the end of this month. By the end of this month, it may just be that they're still looking for additional information, but we're kind of chugging along as if we expect to get that money. Part of that improvement is separating those first two streets to put a new sanitary sewer in, and then the existing combined sewer would become the storm sewer for the street. The big dollar improvement is a sanitary lift station that we would be building at 10 Mile and Pierce. And then all of that new separated neighborhood that we installed will run through the sanitary lift station. That sanitary lift station, very importantly, also acts as a backflow preventer. So when the county system in 10 Mile starts to surcharge, that sanitary lift station stops that water from then progressing in through the neighborhood.
Excuse me a second. Nancy, can you turn the volume down just a little bit?
Step back a little
Yes,
bit.
yeah, it's right on the edge of feedback. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So one of the benefits to starting in this area 3 is that area 1, we're not doing construction work in that area, or not proposing it for this year, but that area does all drain to the south. So that area automatically benefits from this lift station, and it prevents that sewage from surcharging into area 1 as well as area 3. So area 9, it's a similar type plan with putting additional pipe in the ground. So we're going to be putting brand new sanitary sewers in. The existing combined sewer will act then as a storm sewer. These areas, I can't forget, also will all be getting new water main, because these areas all have a very aged water main. We have a high incidence of breaks still in these locations. So area 9, we're going to be doing some piping across 10 Mile and on 10 Mile Road to get that area to also drain through this lift station. So as we progress through different areas, through the upcoming years, through these neighborhoods, each one will be directed through that lift station and then have that protection from the county system surcharging. Certainly, if we had another 300-year storm event, our own systems, besides the county system, would probably still surcharge, because we don't design our systems. It's not cost effective for something that's going to happen once every, 50 years or so, to accommodate that type of rainfall. So hopefully we won't see that again in our lifetime. Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. And that's really the summary of it. We've got some other project areas for this year's program that we're trying to decide if we are going to go this year or we're going to put off for another year. So that area that's hatched, the area 7 and area 8, are kind of tentative for this year. We're just trying to set up our program, see how much work we have going on that we can make sure we are staying on top of this year. Before I move on to the next slide, were there questions about this? Because the next slide really starts talking about some MDOT owned parcels, but it's in the same area, but it's a different topic.
Okay, we do have some questions.
Okay.
Ari?
So with some of the maps, obviously, I don't know that there's been more water main breaks since 2013. And my house is luckily surrounded by a whole bunch of red diamonds. Literally across the street from both of my neighbors had water main breaks. And the city's been excellent that overnight they fix them and you can't even tell there's a water main break. So that's great. But the question I have is, in area 1, there's a street, Southfield. And on one of our maps, I know I've talked to Larry about this several times. On this other map, it has that the pipe age is from the 50s and it's in poor condition. And the street is literally crumbling as you walk down it. So I guess the question is, I understand that it's not for another till 2018. Mm-hmm. What would the city be doing, at least for that particular street, until they go in and fix it? And it would seem silly to fix the concrete constantly, because even the potholes don't hold up anymore when they get filled within a couple hours. It's almost a waste of the city's money to fill the potholes. So the question is, would it make sense to at least bring in a couple of those streets into an earlier year rather than wait?
Well, certainly these years aren't set in stone the way this is set up. It's the part that's most critical is that we get area 3 in first, because that's our lift station. So that one's got to go first. In area 1, like I said, it's already separated, and it gets protection from area 3, and that was really the primary driving factor to setting up this program, was eliminating those basement backups. That area still, we've got plenty of roads in there that need work, and the water mains are bad, so we will be in there. Some of the roads we're hoping we can just maybe do patches on if the water main is going to be on one side of the street, but a road like Southfield, that's going to be a total reconstruction. So until that point, DPW will keep it safe by filling potholes, but they're really going to have to, for the most part, hang tight and wait till we get there. Is it going to be 2018? I don't know for certain. And these areas, Because this was really driven by those basement backups, it's the lesser priority once we get the, that lift station in.
Okay.
Great. Mr. Mayor?
That was my question, actually. Sherco's a mess.
Yeah, and
And we're gonna
it's
get all these-
especially bad in that area. Sherfield kind of stands out
And
over
we're
there.
gonna, obviously, all of these streets are concrete, so they're all being redone in concrete.
Right, and, you know, and that's one of those things we would typically stick with the same pavement material. If we're seeing a big price difference and it's a great cost savings, I'll bring that forward if you wanna consider. I mean, in my mind, it's if we can make our dollar stretch further, that's wonderful. I think section 13, where we did the concrete curb and gutters and the asphalt roads, it still turned out very nice looking. I mean, most people are just happy to have a brand new pavement, and I don't hear a lot of preference from residents that I speak with regarding asphalt or concrete. Most of them just want it fixed. So,
Just in that neighborhood, and there's no sidewalks, and there's a lot of children. And I know that when I walk down that street, or anyone who's ever campaigned down that street, it literally crumbles as you walk on it. And they go out there with shovels to clean up the concrete. So that one street is just a little. That's about the one complaint I always get.
That was
maybe
partly
that's
on,
one that is worth.
that was partly on my mind too, because we'll know what, in a month, about the grant for the sidewalks?
Yeah, we're hoping, right, but that construction really wasn't gonna happen until 2017 for that Safe Routes to
Okay.
School
And it's not a
grant.
bad street.
Yeah, I know it's not on Sherfield,
Right.
but I'm thinking streets, sidewalks, water.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I understand your point. When you don't have sidewalks, the walking surface of the street becomes more critical, so we'll have to make sure that we're taking that into consideration. You know, when it's water main, it's a little easier to break up the projects differently because we've got to start point and end point. We don't have to worry about sloping the pipe a certain way like we do with sewers, so it might be a good opportunity to get in there and take care of. That road is especially bad in that whole area one. I know exactly what you're talking about there.
Mr. Brightwell?
What is once you get in there, what is the time frame?
These typically are a full construction season. So when we're coming in and doing this amount of work, we're gonna be getting started as early as we can in the spring, hopefully April, no later than May, and we'll be working through November. And if we're doing concrete, we have a little more flexibility with how late in the season that we can pave. So, you know, for concrete to be paved in December is not unheard of. We try not to plan it that way, but it doesn't put us in too much of a bad spot if the construction schedule doesn't go as smoothly as we planned.
Just an add-on question, you were talking about Sherfield. What is the, and I know with the Bell Road reconstruction, you decided to put the sidewalk in. Yeah, you decided to put a sidewalk. What is the determining factor for not a sidewalk?
Well, most sidewalks that are put in by special assessment districts. So it's done by petition from the property owners, and they pay for that sidewalk installation. On something like Bell Road, that's on our major road system, the city's trying to be more proactive in that case because you have a lot more users than just the people that might front on that street. So we're trying to put it there. It's a whole movement of just being more aware that the cars aren't the only users of our public rights of way. So we've got people walking and people riding bicycles, and certainly some of the people on bicycles are comfortable riding their bikes in the roads, the serious bicyclists. But others, you know, have families and small kids, and they're more comfortable on a sidewalk, especially if you're on a major road. So,
Mr. Mandelbaum?
Just to follow up on the sidewalks. If the city does decide to, or I guess their plans are to review this area at some point in the near future, and these neighborhoods want sidewalks, would it be helpful for them to gather petitions now and just have them on file, or would they have to do it closer to the project?
I would say now is a good time. That way we can plan it right in with the design of the project. And certainly when we're coming in and doing a whole neighborhood, they'll have that economy of scale benefit. if we can make that happen ahead of time.
Okay, and then the other question, with with all these areas, we have this estimated cost of over $48 million. How much of that is coming from the bond, and how much is coming from normal sewer?
So for these roads, everything except Area 1, which already has separated system, the rest of the areas are getting new sanitary, new water, and new roads. And because of those replacing both the water and the sanitary, this project ends up getting paid 100% by water and sewer. Because if we were coming in, let's say we only had the utility need and not the road need, that really by the time you are building both of those brand new utilities, extending services to all the property lines, there's not really much left of the actual roadway itself. Especially sewers, because they're deep. You know, water mains are about 5 to 6 feet deep. When we're putting in these sewers, these are 17-foot deep sewers over in these areas. So that's taking up a lot of pavement as they safely construct those.
So there's a minor tax on residents for that area?
It's not our intent
Oh.
to do any special assessment on this.
Okay.
The thought process is the same way we did the $58 million investment 15 years ago on the west side in that system, that these improvements, we would look at some type of financing. That financing at $58 million, we went to the state revolving loan fund, very cheap money, 2.5%. We'll have conversations exploring that, as well as traditional bond financing. But we were looking at our funding source of this, that this is a way to stretch those road dollars, to leverage them a little bit more by doing the projects together and avoiding what some folks might call that classic government boondoggle. Build a road, come in 2 years later, someone else puts something in, rip it up, all happening at the same time.
You mentioned FEMA. How much do you expect to get from FEMA?
We're hoping to get just under $1 million, and that will help pay for the majority of the lift station cost.
Mr. Mayor?
I met with the FEMA rep, and he said we're getting the money.
He did?
So,
I like to hear that. I mean, we felt we had a
yeah, I don't
strong
have it in writing,
application, but.
He was very appreciative of the city and all the things we've done and how we've responded to the water, or the flooding in 2014, and said we were one of the best. So he indicated to me that we were going to get money. But the other thing, and you may not know this, will gas lines be done too in these areas?
You know, we always give the private utility company a heads up, and they are supposed to be getting in ahead of us if they have gas replacements to do. So they are required by law to replace those gas lines if they are still the steel distribution lines. So I don't know what their pipe materials are offhand, but most of Southfield probably, unless they've been in your neighborhood recently over here in 24 and 25, yeah, I mean, we pretty much have steel distribution lines everywhere. So most likely they'll be in ahead of us. It causes more disruption because oftentimes they'll be in even the year before. If we're gonna start a project in spring, sometimes they're hitting the neighborhood the end of summer or through the fall. And it's a little confusing for people that think that that's the road construction.
Well, talking with them this summer, or last summer, they told me that they were going to do, they were trying to do the whole city, or every time there's a road rebuilt, they
Right.
wanted to be there. So I assume that they'll be in this area too. I didn't know if you knew anything yet.
Right. I
I
don't
know
know
this
for
is
sure
very
yet,
new.
but that's something that we'll be sharing these plans with them so they can see in general where our priorities are, and they'll set themselves up to be ahead of us on that construction. Oftentimes, they don't want to be too far ahead of us because they'll come in and do some disruption, and then it saves them a little bit of pavement maybe that they don't have to replace, that they've disturbed if we're coming in right after them to dig everything up.
Well, it'd be good to have them come because they destroy sidewalks.
They do,
And they put the gas lines underneath the sidewalks. So, you're gonna get new sidewalks. Be good to make sure that's coordinated.
Okay. Great.
Are there any other questions? I have a couple myself. Once we separate the sewer from the rainwater, will we expect reduction in our fees from water quality, from the water?
No, ultimately, all of that water still goes into the combined sewer system in 10 Mile and goes to that treatment plant. So we are still treating all of that water. What it does is it's preventing really the basement backups. So that part of town is still in the combined sewer area. I don't expect that that's ever going to change. So it's just a matter of managing the storms as best we can to minimize the basement backups. There will still be restrictive covers on the catch basins in these neighborhoods. So after rain events, there's still gonna be water on these roads. And just, allowed to slowly enter the system.
Would the water be as high? Because now it goes over the curb onto the grass.
Does it regularly go there?
On a regular rainstorm, yes.
If it's just a regular rainstorm, maybe we need to get our folks out there to clean up the catch basin.
Yeah, some of that. I mean, that's something we need to keep an eye on because, we've got these restrictive catch basin covers and we can control, how many small holes we're gonna have in it if we're seeing excessive water that's getting higher than the curbs, especially once the roads are redone. I mean, that's gonna be a full 6-inch curb, so that's about, you don't really want the water much higher than that. But then again, it's better to have it in the street than in your basement, so.
But the city's always been very, very quick to come and clean up those, check the basins when it happens.
Okay. There are probably some folks in the room that don't understand one of the terms that you use, and that's surcharge. Can you explain what surcharge means?
So that's when the pipes that convey all the sewage and the stormwater, that they get over full. So I mean, they're only designed to handle so much flow, and then if there's more flow that's trying to come into it, it just starts backing up and then going up the connecting pipes, the distribution pipes that connect into the big county drain. So from 10 Mile, then it starts creeping back up and overfilling all of the sewers that are in our neighborhoods. And the lift station's gonna prevent it from doing that. I mean, certainly it's gotta go somewhere, it's just not gonna be in our neighborhoods.
Is there any such thing as a backflow restrictor?
There are backflow preventers that can be put on in people's homes. I mean, I was one of the people that had feet of sewage. I'm in a combined sewer area downstream of here, so I did have a backflow preventer put in for my whole house, so that would not happen again. But it's an expensive investment, and not everyone's, in the position to have something like that installed.
Okay, and the last comment that I'd like to make is because the whole of Michigan is sensitive because of the Flint problem, would you make a statement that we're doing this not because of the water quality, but because of water main breaks and has nothing to do with the quality of our water? Our water is high quality, that people don't have anything to worry about.
That's a true statement. We do get our water from Detroit that Flint has reconnected to. It goes from Detroit to the South Oakland County Water Authority, or SACWA, and that's who we purchase our water from. So SACWA does their own testing, Detroit does their testing, and then we just distribute. So all of this is to have more reliable water and for the residents in this area, as well as some of these areas may have 6-inch water mains where 8 inch is the minimum size now, so it improves our fire flows as well.
Okay, as far as Southfield is concerned, on Greenview, a couple of years ago, the Public Works put, and I don't even know, I'm gonna call it a slurry, but down Greenview to, it was a low-cost way to repair the road.
To buy a couple of years, yeah, that was a Cape Seal we did on
Yes.
Greenview.
And it was less expensive than rebuilding the road, or
Absolutely.
is there a
Sure.
possibility that Surefield would fall into that category where you could do that, to put a new surface on the road at a low cost? Because you're going back in and tear it up sometime later on, but in the
Right.
meantime, they'll have a good surface to walk on?
Right, that might be something to look at. I mean, that is, the difference is that Surefield is concrete and Greenview was asphalt.
Mhm.
But I guess I don't know enough, we've only done that particular fix on asphalt roads, but I have to look into that to see if there's a similar type of, more like a heavy maintenance on a road like that, that will just give it a good 3 years or so,
Yeah.
and stretch it.
If the Cape Seal will bond to the concrete. Sounds to me like the description is there are enough potholes in it that they could be anchoring. So that might be something to consider, to give the people a decent surface to
Right.
walk on for the next couple of years, 3 years.
Can I get a clarification too?
Yes.
So we're being charged, even so we separate the lines, it's really because this is the Clinton River drain system, and we're at the tail, or the headwaters of it. So the fix really is beyond Southfield. Is that correct?
Right, I mean, this is.
Because all that water goes east.
Right.
Yeah, I'm disappointed to hear that we wouldn't save money because we're separating sewer and rainwater, but it's a huge fix for that. I mean, that goes for miles, over to Lake St. Clair, right?
Correct. And that's where the combined sewer overflows occur. So every time there's a large rain event, and not just in the August 2011 event, but it happens several times a year that we have large rain events that cause a combined sewer overflow downstream of us, into open waterways. And some of that goes through some primary treatment first, so it's not, just the raw sewage, and certainly the stormwater helps to dilute it. But all those days when Metro Beach is closed, we're part of it.
Ms. Seymour?
Yeah, thank you. We, on the proposed stormwater management area, that arrow, not an arrow, but it points to the Lincoln Woods Park, which is largely wetlands, wet prairie and wetlands. What's that?
Yeah, that's actually this next slide, which just shows it we're up close. So there's some city-owned parcels right here. So this is just south of Lincoln, west of 696. And then there's the 2 MDOT-owned parcels.
But it's all one piece, I mean, it's owned by different people.
Mhm.
And actually, I thought most of that was donated to the city. I know Jack Warren donated a big part of that.
And that was part of the mitigated wetlands
Yeah.
in that area.
Yeah.
And that's something we still need to investigate to see if there's any restrictions to land use. But the Area 1 that was on our last map that I said was all a separated system now, all of the storm sewers from that area, they all end up running in this large 42-inch storm sewer. And it's storm, there's no sewage in it. And then once it gets almost to Fairfax Street, it dumps into a combined sewer.
Okay.
So this is really a nice opportunity if we can get a hold of this land and if there's not restrictions on what we can do there, to divert this stormwater and do something with it here for stormwater management, kind of hold it back, try and get some to infiltrate.
There's wetlands there. This is a natural, very sensitive area.
And this might be even creating additional wetland area there.
Well, what's maybe yes and maybe no, I've heard somebody here talk about increasing the wetland there, but I'm just concerned that we don't ruin part of it.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of study right now. Fred is looking at the possibility of acquiring these pieces from the state. So that is really just step one, and then we need to see what could be done. It certainly helps the whole area if we can remove some of this stormwater from the combined sewer area, then you're not paying to treat it. But at the very least, if we can slow it down, get some of it to infiltrate and just release it at a slower rate, that also adds to our toolbox of trying to minimize these
Some of the
backups.
wetlands is, it's treed, it's what they call a wooded swamp.
Okay.
Seasonally, I mean, ducks are in there, and it looks like a real pond. But I know it was a huge fight to save it, and I hate to see us beginning to diminish the quality.
Right, and a wetland boundary determination would absolutely be part of
And we
anything
have
that happens there.
We have that, our wetlands consultant, Eugene Jaworski, at the time did that, and that's filed with the state, so.
Right, and those they should be updated every so often, especially if we're considering doing anything around here. High quality wetlands, the state's not gonna want us to touch anything that's a high quality wetland.
There is a high
If
quality
it's-
wetland in there, but there's also some that doesn't hold, and there's ducks who are swimming there. I think that would be considered a high quality wetland. And the Lake Plain Lake Prairie, which is very rare, that's the part that's the closest to,
Is that on the MDOT owned parcels?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's the closest to the freeway overpass. That is rare. Lake Plain Wet Prairie is rare, extremely rare.
Well,
So that's, I mean, that's a very sensitive area, and that's between the regular, larger open water.
yeah, this overall plan for stormwater management is really just an idea in our minds right now. We haven't gotten too far
I
into
get all that. I'm
exploring what's
just
going
saying,
on.
be very aware, the Lake Plain Wet Prairie is extremely rare, it goes back millions of years. And that was, we didn't discover that, somebody, another one of New York, groups discovered it, Natural Areas Council, I think, discovered it. And it's rare, it's something that goes back millions of years, so.
Yeah, those are not areas we're gonna wanna go in and disrupt. What we're hoping is if we can divert some of the stormwater to an area, and maybe it can be an amenity for the neighborhood, make it more like a parkland or use that
There's a lady
water.
there that lives in that area that's very concerned about it. I mean, she calls me all the time and tells me what's going on. I would like to go out there and do sort of a map, and I'd like to go.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be me, so you've got
Well,
people to
I mean,
do,
whoever,
right?
whenever it gets, we're not gonna do it in the winter time, but I just would like to go out there because we have maps that show all of that.
Yeah, and we do have wetland maps, so that, the areas that Jaworski, was that his name that he did, that is reflected on Southfield's wetland maps currently, so I'll keep you in the loop for anything that comes forward. Right now, nothing really happens unless, MDOT wants to give the city these pieces. Will they be interested in giving it to us for nothing? We were thinking if we could make stormwater improvements and manage stormwater better, then they may be. But if there's already quality wetlands,
But if you can do it without it having any negative effect on the wetlands, it's fine. With the Lake Plain Wet Prairie, people don't understand how rare that is. I mean, that's goes back millions of years.
I'll keep you
Thank you.
in the loop of what's going on there.
Please, yes, please do.
Did anyone else have questions about this area? This is just something you'll probably be seeing again from Fred, and since we were talking about this area, this does tie into the stormwater management, and, if that water is diverted or slowed down from entering the combined system, again, additional protection from basement backups.
Mr. Mandelbaum?
I just want to know what the different colors and symbols represent.
So I did leave our utility layers on, so this is a map we created from our GIS. So these pipes, or these lines that are all purple, are combined sewers. So that's what you're gonna see if you looked at our GIS for, all of that area, it's mostly purple lines, because those are all of our combined sewers. And then in this, you see the very edge of area 1 here, and the brownish orange color, that's our sanitary sewers. And then the green is our storm sewers.
Why would they build the neighborhood with two separate?
Maybe that neighborhood, and you may know better than I do, maybe that neighborhood came a little later. So nowadays, even if it discharges into a combined sewer area, we build them separate, thinking someday, maybe we will have fully separated systems. So same thing with a private commercial property. If they're building something on their property that discharges to a combined sewer, we make them install 2 separate systems. They're not allowed to mix their stormwater and their sewage flows. They make 2 connections to our combined sewer out in the road, but just so that it's prepped for any future separation projects.
So, and then the squares and circles are those,
Catch basins for the squares and manholes for the circles.
Can I ask, what's the next step on this? We're reviewing it tonight.
if, I'd like to have a consensus that you're comfortable with the figures and the numbers we're talking about. Obviously, we'll come back and walk council through the budget piece, and we'll begin exploring finance option from the state revolving loan to bond. I just want to just comment, I could tell you, it appears based on the first 3 months of operation in the water system, that our net income is about 2.5 million. You've been retiring for the last 15, 16 years, 2.5 million in debt. You've got this 31.5. Feel real confident that we can put the financing together, keep the existing rate structure together. So I'd like a consensus that you're comfortable with moving this forward as well as pursuing the acquisition of the MDOT land. And then were you gonna do anything on your next piece?
Yeah,
Some of you have heard me talk about, go to the next slide.
Yeah, this just came up last week, actually. So you probably heard Brandy Sidlacek, our stormwater manager, come in and talk about some GLRI grants that she's gotten from Wayne County or from the state. And that's all about improving water quality in the whole Great Lakes region. So it comes from the Office of the Great Lakes. That's a state office. And a little blast went out. They have federal dollars that have to be used by the end of March. So there's not a whole lot we can do at this time of year, but we have been meeting with this Parjana company, and one of the systems that they have used on some other private sites, including LTU just recently, is something that they can install in the wintertime. And it's almost like these little wicking type of inserts that they put into the ground. So we submitted a pretty informal memo last Friday to the DEQ just saying, hey, we can come up with something and spend some money of this federal grant money. And the idea was that we would focus it still in the section 24, 25, most likely section 24 area. And these installations would go in around the foundations of houses. We would need probably about 2 blocks, and it would all be on private property. It doesn't connect to anything. It's really trying to get the rainwater to infiltrate into the ground. We have a lot of clay soils in this area, so slow infiltration rates. This is supposed to speed that up and hopefully intercept water from entering the footing drains. So right now, the majority of these footing drains just all connect into the sanitary sewer. If we hear back any positive response from the state, we'll bring Parjana in, and they can explain to you much better than I can exactly how their system works and what they would be proposing here. I just, if this does come through and we get a positive response, it's going to be quick, because they want it built by the end of March. So
We debated whether Parjana as part of this presentation, but in the interest of time. So we have the request out there. We did participate at LTU in part of a national demonstration, and they're testing this in multiple places throughout the country. Part of receiving a $100,000 grant. So what we're looking at, if we're successful with what was submitted Friday to MDEQ, it's actually a couple larger blocks. In our smart zone, we talk about developing the Center for Stormwater Excellence. And their basic concept is 1 inch rain, most of that rain runs off into the system. Their system takes the water about 6-7 weeks ago, big right up in the free press. They actually, 1.5 inch boring going down 15 to 20 feet in the tubing that's open. It delivers the water to a deeper level as it rains in. So we're looking at different ways to be more innovative with groundwater. For this, the experiment would be the cost for these homeowners to disconnect their footing drains, which is a large amount, was the surface rain. If we could work with Parjana and demonstrate that. So we're looking at some other innovative ways. We wrote it into the smart zone as a way to capitalize costs of developing some of these new concepts. As we talk about the Center for Stormwater Excellence, what intrigues me the most is we have Johnson Controls and a number of large corporate entities. We're all trying to figure out the same way that they were working energy 10, 15 years ago to do more with groundwater and how they can apply a greater value and let our capital system drive that investment. So we are looking at ways to experiment. We get a favorable response. September, I was part of a conference call with MDEQ, And they're taking a close look at the system, and I think they are looking to do it a larger, what would that be, the section 3? Where we were talking about piloting that, or area 3?
Yeah, we were looking at area 1 and area 3. It may be beneficial, they would like to do some monitoring before and after. And because area 1 is already separated with the water and storm, that may be the preferred area to do this, so that, you know, we're not gonna be able to do before and after if we're putting in all new sanitary sewers. So we were kind of focused around area 1. Certainly we need, this absolutely requires the property owner participation for it to happen, because everything happens on private property. It seems like it's minimally destructive as far as construction on the property, and really this time of year it makes it even more, you know, attractive because they're not tracking across a wet ground or anything like that. The frozen ground actually will keep the mess to a minimum.
Sounds to me like there's a fair amount of education that needs to go on before that to get the property owners to buy into it. Because if they're disconnecting their drain tile, their foundation drains, somebody has to convince them that this is a better system, because what they have now works for a normal rainstorm. It doesn't work for, you know, the 100-year rain or anything like that, but
So what Parjana tells me is that this system will not replace their sump pump. So we don't do any work in their basement or require any work. But for some of these properties that may actually have sump pumps in their basement, they would actually see a difference in how frequently that sump pump runs. In a large rain event, it's probably, your sump pump is probably still going to run, but where maybe it used to run every 20 minutes and during the wet season, once this is installed, it may run twice a day. So it does not eliminate the need for a sump pump, is my understanding, but it's supposed to take those regular rain events that we get that are the smaller size events and be able to infiltrate a great majority of that water.
I thought I heard you say that they were going to disconnect.
It doesn't actually disconnect. What it does, because it's in the ground around their foundations, it tends to intercept the water before it gets to their footing drains.
Take
But
some of the
that's-
pressure off those basement walls.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
That I understand.
And a
And
lot
that's
of
that's the
people-
way I thought it worked. But I thought I heard you say that you disconnect the
The
tile
footing
around the,
drains, right.
yeah, the weed tile around the edge of your house.
No, the footing drains for most of these are probably already connected into the sanitary sewer. It will stay that way if the property owners don't install their own sump pump, but at least this minimizes the amount of water that goes through the sump pump and into a pipe. Whether it's through a sump pump into a storm or no sump pump and it just gravity drains into the
And that
sanitary
could
sewer.
get to the question the council president asked earlier, how do we reduce flow in the combined area?
Sure.
And that's partly what intrigues us, because if we can increase the volume going through, we're paying for that at that meter.
Yeah, and so, and one of the sales points, I would think, would be to the homeowner, is that your electric bill is gonna be less. Because
Absolutely.
your sump pump is gonna run a lot less.
If you have a sump pump.
If you
Way
have a
less.
sump pump.
If you don't have a sump pump, you know, you're not gonna know the difference, other than these houses are getting older, and who knows how well people's footing drain systems even work anymore.
Right.
So, I mean, this could be a good thing for people that have basement seepage or anything like that, would be an improvement. A public engagement would be one of the very first things to do, and depending on how quickly we hear back from the state, it may be happening in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
If nothing else, it may reduce the moisture in the basement.
Yeah, I would agree.
By not having the water that close to the, you know,
Right.
being weeped away from the foundation. Now, you said they wanted to do before and after tests. If they put this in before, you know, before the end of March, they aren't gonna be able to do any befores. So
Yeah,
they're just
they-
gonna have to see how well it works after it's all installed.
I would think that they would probably want to get some flow meters into our sanitary sewers immediately. And then while the weeks go by, as they get the community buy-in and get the construction schedule set up, I mean, construction probably wouldn't happen until March. So they'd have some time where we don't have a lot of rainfall, so it's lower flow. It's probably a little easier to do the flow monitoring at this point. And then I think that you'd leave it in there. You'd really want to do you're monitoring around the same time of year or nighttime. That's almost a whole science in itself, the flow monitoring that they do in these systems.
If we're gonna do that, we need to get started right away, because you got less than 60 days, you know. I mean, we're almost out of January, and if they wanna get it in by the end of March, February's a short month, you know, so.
Right. So if
any
I come
education
back
that-
at a cow meeting and need some action, Mr. Frazier, you need to remember that. But that
You
would
warned
be
me on
like-
this one, yes.
Yeah, that
And-
would be a good reason. And we're really just like waiting to hear back from the state. Like I said, we just submitted on Friday. So,
And we
You
learned
know,
about it on
remotely.
Thursday.
yeah,
So-
we met
Yeah.
with
Well,
some people on Thursday
if we can keep the
afternoon,
wheels
so-
moving.
Mhm.
I'll
Just remember.
donate my house as
Test?
one of the tests.
I can tell you, the 2 NSP homes we did in this area, the footing drains were completely packed. We did on both homes. We had to do waterproofing. When those tiles came out, they were packed with clay.
Okay.
The old crock.
Yeah. Well, if a crack breaks or anything else, I mean, that's just a disaster. Okay, you wanna keep moving?
Oh, that was it for this one. Let me load up my next,
You want us to,
PowerPoint, and we
you want
can
us
go
to do
to
a,
this item.
you want us to do a consensus before you go to your
I think
next?
Fred was looking for a consensus,
Yeah.
you know, and he wanted council to see that we are working on this and developing plans. So a lot of this is the buy-in and then the informational piece, so, you know, what we've been working on behind the scenes.
Before we start pulling the triggers on the financing, I'd like to know that we've got a conceptual buy-in, and we'll come back with a full plan on the
Okay.
financing, and then pursuing the acquisition of the other pieces of property. And of course, we'll do all the due diligence on the wetland, grassland, and know exactly what we're dealing with there.
Okay, so you've heard the presentation by our engineer, and now what we need is a consensus of, do we move forward on this plan? If we get a consensus on it, then administration will bring back the final details on budgeting and the final plans. So I don't want the administration to go ahead and put the extra work in and come back and we say, oh, well, we don't want that to happen. So let me go around the room and I'll start with Mr. Cruz.
Yes.
Mr. Pagasi?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify one thing. When we're talking about consensus, we're not approving any money, are we?
Not
No.
at this point.
No, consensus is only
I know, I'm
authorization
just
for the move
wondering, I
forward.
see some bills here and I see this,
Okay.
I got dropped off the audit, I'm concerned about the money.
Okay,
Anyways, yes.
okay.
Yes.
Ms. Seymour?
Yes, I want to make sure that all the environmental issues are properly.
That'll come back in the final plan.
Right.
This is only to give them authorization to
I
move forward.
understand, but I'm just saying there are a lot of issues with this project, so,
Okay,
but we need to do it.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
and I say yes. Okay,
All right, thank you.
okay.
So next, if we can move on to the next item, is the Northland Drive reconstruction. This is scheduled for construction for this year. This is Northland Drive from Northwestern Service Drive to Greenfield Road. And if you've been over there and driven Northland Drive, you know, it goes all the way down to 8 Mile. This is noticeably the section that hasn't been done in a long time. So it's in pretty rough shape. Originally, we thought we were gonna do this in 2017. Due to the road conditions out there, we're bumping it up a year. As our engineers were working on the design for this, first we were just looking at reconstructing. It's going to be in concrete, and we were looking at doing a boulevard the way it is now, just making some improvements to where the crossovers are located to improve safety and some traffic flow issues. They brought up this concept of a 3-lane cross-section, and once we started taking a close look at it, we see some benefits to this and just wanted to bring it forward. There's not, you know, a strong recommendation to go one way or the other, but I think that we're really starting to like the more that we consider it this 3-lane cross-section. To give you a little history, what you're looking at right here, here's at Northwestern highway service drive, the northbound service drive that we finished this past year, that project. And then this project starts at the service drive and then continues all the way over to Greenfield Road. And so you know where you are in the city, that Northland Drive, this is the road that is on the south boundaries of the Northland Center property. And you've got, at the service drive is where the Vibe Credit Union is, and then it's a Firestone at Greenfield, just to help place you. So the current conditions, it is the 4-lane boulevard. It's mostly asphalt overlay of old concrete pavement. There are a couple spot areas where the pavement's been fully replaced, and we have some concrete patches. Those are in decent shape, but that's like the only good part of the road, really. It gets, part of the reason why it gets so beat up is that we've got that transit center there at the south end of the mall property. So a lot of the bus traffic is coming on and off from Northland Drive right here. Who knows with the future of the mall if that transit center is going to stay there, but just a little history on the extra wear and tear there. We have a limited right-of-way area. I mean, it's a 4-lane with the boulevard right now, but on the north side in particular, we're very tight on right-of-way. So we were looking at being able to put a sidewalk here, especially with a transit center on that north side. It's surprising that there was never any sidewalk to accommodate the people using the public transportation. We're real limited on the right-of-way, so that's probably why a sidewalk was never incorporated. I'm sure plus at the time the mall was built, you know, that was a driving destination and people weren't thinking about how you'd get there, you know, walking or by bicycle on a sidewalk. One of the other challenges is closer to Greenfield Road. We've got this Sakwa booster station here. It's a building, it's right in the median of Northland Drive. And one of the benefits to going to a 3-lane cross-section, repeat slide there, is to be able to pull the road on the south side of that building, and then we'd have a 3-lane cross-section south of the booster station. That building is not going anywhere. That's our pinch point. We had to design around it, but we can make it work. It does take our lanes down to 11-foot wide lanes. 12 would be the typical standard, but for the slow speed limit, 11-foot lanes are really not a concern or an issue there. We would keep boulevards at both the service drive and at Greenfield, so that we didn't have to get into redoing signals and everything at those major intersections. But everything else can work nicely. We can fit in a 10-foot wide multi-use path here. That can be in concrete or in asphalt, whichever way council would like to go. At our council president's meeting, Terry Crode, our planner, was there. He's a proponent of the asphalt when it comes to a multi-use path, mostly for cyclists so that they don't have the joints of the concrete sidewalk. But one way or the other, it's not much difference. 10 feet wide officially is a multi-use path, meaning it's wide enough for both pedestrians walking and cyclists.
On cars, not cars.
Right, not cars.
Okay.
Yeah. For all the non-motorized users, that's supposed to be. And this is the concept for the boulevard. In general, it goes in the same way. You just see there's a little bit of a difference on where the actual crossovers are. Reducing the number of crossovers is a big plus. Our DPW also likes the 3-lane concept. It's maintenance-wise, it's a lot easier to maintain a 3-lane than the boulevard with all the multiple crossovers is the biggest challenge. As part of both of these projects, there is a main mall entrance just west of the Firestone. We'll be closing that drive entrance, probably pulling that whole approach and putting some grass back there. Otherwise, we'd be rebuilding it. I hate to rebuild a brand new drive approach to a property that could be tearing it out in a few years, depending on how that property redevelops. We will still be keeping the main entrance that's closest to the transit center that the buses use. We'll keep that there. It's not the end of the world, you know, in the future if that comes out and, you know, driveways are relocated elsewhere. We'll have a new road and curb cuts can happen wherever, site plan and council permits. There's also, at the Firestone right now, there's 2 drive approaches on their frontage along the Northland Drive side, and we would be proposing to close their east driveway approach and just maintaining that west approach for their access. This helps us out with the location of the crossover there, and it just makes it a safer intersection once you get close to that Greenfield Road. Having that crossover so close to Greenfield's not ideal. And again, if we stick with the boulevard, we still have the Saco pumping station in the center median where it is today. I think it's a little odd looking, but not the end of the world. We've lived with it for 50 years. So these are just talking about some of the metrics, some of the capacity. Our last traffic count was from 2010. There are about 4,000 vehicles per day. 4-lane boulevard, as it is today, can carry about 30,000 vehicles. 3-lane cross section takes you down to 20,000 vehicles. We do still feel that regardless of what happens on the mall property, 20,000 vehicles per day, we don't anticipate that being a challenge. You still have many other access roads that are big roads around it. You've got Greenfield and the Service Drive, as well as JL Hudson, that all also have higher capacity roads. From a road safety standpoint, I mean, there's some improvements in both scenarios. I think a pedestrian pathway on the north side is going to be a good improvement regardless of which scenario we go with. With the boulevard, we are proposing just an 8-foot wide because of our constraints within the right-of-way. We still need a sidewalk easement. Getting it from us now that we own the mall property is not a problem, but there's also the Vibe Credit Union we would need a sidewalk easement from to continue that path. They have some sidewalks, some 5-foot walk adjacent to their property, but it just, from the Service Drive, goes up to one of their entrances there. And some of the other items, just from an environmental standpoint, we're gonna have, a 3-lane would have less concrete, more green space in the whole project area. So when we think in terms of runoff entering our systems, it is an improvement from an environmental standpoint to go with the 3-lane cross-section as well. So the construction duration, it's about a 3-month project. It can go pretty quickly because we can close this entire road during construction, and that's our plan. We've talked to the property management company for the office buildings to the south, since they're the biggest users over there, and that's no problem with them. We've talked to the DDOT and SMART people. They're fine with that. There's some interior roads on the Northland Mall property that they can get in and out of pretty easily. So we should be able to close that without too much heartache to anyone.
Is that it?
Did I miss anything? You've heard it twice now.
Yeah. The only thing is, it would be, I think, kind of helpful if, because you said it's kind of a coin toss whether you do the boulevard or the 3-lane. Because you spent so much time putting it together, it would seem like you would have a preference bringing it to us.
Yeah, and I did forget something. Dollars and cents. So the for this size project, this is between a 1.2 and a 1.5 million dollar project, depending on which way we go. So that's it's about 1.285 if we go with the 3-lane cross section, and if we go with the boulevard, it's 1.519. So it saves us about $234,000 to go with the 3-lane cross section. This is 100% city funded, so this will be coming out of our road bond dollars. And every 100,000 matters because it's somewhere we can really go somewhere else and do something. So if we've got nearly $250,000 that we could save on this project, it's something we can invest elsewhere.
Ms. Seymour,
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Brightwell.
I'm glad you brought up dollar figures, that was one of my questions, but with respect to the transit, and I know that SMART, we got to work with, they utilize that quite a bit, and the damage that's done to that road, just by the heavy vehicles. Have we ever thought about, or do they reimburse or subsidize that road in any way?
No.
Well, is there any way of assessing them, saying you're tearing up the road, can't you give us something?
Well, they aren't the only users of the road, so if this project were going to move forward as a special assessment, because it's a connector route between, other major thoroughfares, I don't think that we'd have an equitable way to spread any special assessment. I think it's appropriate that it comes out of general road funding and that the city pays for this with our bond dollars. We build the roads, that's part of the reason why we're proposing this concrete cross-section, because it's stronger, it's gonna last longer with that heavy traffic. But we build it for these vehicles to be there. And
So there's no sense of trying to, look for any?
no, I mean, we may get a little less of a service life out of a road with heavy truck counts, that's to be expected. But it's certainly, something that we can handle as far as our design, and we plan for it. We know what our counts are out there.
And the lane width between the 4-lane and the 3-lane, is that a safety concern from a traffic police standpoint, that you're bringing it down, what, inch or?
Yeah, a
is that
foot,
some type of-
it's a foot
yeah,
difference. 11 feet is still wide enough to hold any standard size vehicle. 12 is the more modern design concept. Sometimes with the narrower lanes, you get a little bit more traffic calming because people don't have quite so much space. They tend to feel like they have to slow down a little bit. And
What's
this
that term? Traffic?
traffic calming, CALM. So it's, to me, it would be fine in this location. Certainly not having the island there takes some of those challenges with the buses making their turns. It takes a lot of that away because they don't have another curb and another curb that they're trying to squeeze all their turns in between. So it actually gives them a little more flexibility when you've got that 3-lane cross-section.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm a little surprised that the cost isn't even less, because you're not, on the boulevard, obviously you're doing curbs on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And here you're doing essentially 4 curbs, and here you're doing only 2. But
Yeah.
I'm just surprised to hear that I was expecting a little more dramatic savings on the 3-lane. I mean, personally, I think the 3-lane is the way to go, given the fact that the traffic volume isn't there.
Right. I mean, and hopefully the traffic volumes will go up in the future with whatever happens
Yeah.
at the mall, but the 3-lane, we feel pretty comfortable moving forward with that capacity of a road. Part of what increases the cost to go to a 3-lane is the existing storm system and catch basins and whatnot all then have to be relocated.
Okay.
So there's a lot of utility work that comes with the 3-lane that's not part of the 4-lane.
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz?
Yeah, just one small point. I like the 3-lane as well, but I think we mentioned this the other day when we were looking at it. You can also be able to create some more green space around in that area too. Is that correct? Like we're moving down it kind of.
Right, because
spruce
we'd
it up
be,
a little bit.
right, we'd be hugging a little bit more of the south side of the right-of-way there. It gives us a lot more room on the north side of that road if we go to a 3-lane to have some additional green space and a sidewalk that's separated from the edge of road. With the boulevard, that sidewalk really would be right at the back of the curb because we're just trying to squeeze it in. So it's gonna feel a lot nicer and safer as a pedestrian to have that green space and separation from the travel lanes.
Okay. Ms. Morris?
I do like the 3-lane, but just thinking futuristically in reference to the development of Northland, there's 10,000 more vehicles per day, and I'm not sure, what's going to go on that parcel of land, but when we talked about entertainment districts and all those things that we've been talking and exploring, I'm just wondering if it makes sense to pair it with the 4-lane.
Yeah, we're pretty comfortable with these numbers, and maybe if Northland Mall just had one access, and it was off of this road, we would be more hesitant to go down to a 3-lane. But because of the surrounding roads that have also good capacities on Greenfield and JL Hudson and the service drive, whatever happens there, it will most likely have access from all of those roads, so it kind of breaks up the traffic patterns of how people approach.
Are there any plans to do the other roads on, on the north side?
Well, on Jail Hudson, last year or 2 years ago, we were trying to get a grant from the feds for an economic development grant, because there's no water or sewer in Jail Hudson Drive. And I think what we're really hoping is that when the plans for the mall redevelopment come through, we can reapply for that grant and have real development coming, and hopefully be successful in getting a federal grant to put in the utilities, which also rebuilds the road. Because Jail Hudson's not in great shape either. Certainly this Northland Drive is in worse shape, but
whatever
we're,
we do, they would be consistent. If it's 3 lane that we choose,
well, no, we would look at that one by itself and see what happens there. I'm not sure offhand what the traffic counts are there. So we've got the hospital adjacent there as well, so.
Okay? Is that it? Okay. Mr. Gussie?
Do you want a consensus on 3 or 4?
I will, yeah. It wasn't all the questions, but I will, yes. Yes, sir.
We just touched on EDA grant. As we go through the planning exercise, we'll continue to look at those funding opportunities. The EDA grant we had submitted before because we had a few jobs associated with HAP, but as we go through the modeling and we talk about an overall investment, that will drive EDA's willingness to participate. The other comment, as the Northland redevelopment moves forward, we anticipate putting a brownfield down there. Part of the brownfield legislation permits infrastructure investment. So it's my intent to bring forward an item that includes reimbursing the city, not just what the demolition cost would be with interest, but also those infrastructure, the other placemaking elements as well. So there may be our bond fund paying for that in the short run, but in the long run, there will be a receivable with the majority of the other taxing jurisdictions paying for that reinvestment.
Okay. Mr. Brightwell?
Yeah, I'm for the 3 lane primarily because of the cost and did not compromise the safety and plus the traffic volume. So looking at this graph here, what is this black line here? Is this the top, is that the?
That's a 10-foot sidewalk.
Yeah, that's a sidewalk
the bike?
that you see, the darker line.
Yeah, the dark line. This is,
So the one you're looking at is for the 3 lane. So, and this was conceptual, just showing kind of meandering behind the booster station because we don't really have room to put it in front.
What is it, sidewalk?
It's a sidewalk,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's a 10-foot wide, and that's the one that we call a multi-use path because it's really built for cyclists and for pedestrians.
It's the same one.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mandelbaum?
With the 3-lane concept, looks like some of the driveways are gonna be increased into that area. What would happen would the city still own those longer driveways, or would they be giving those up to the property owners, and then same thing with the multi-use path, who would be responsible for the maintenance of those? And
That's a good
it
question.
just looks like a whole
Right.
big chunk of land that if it becomes green space, what would happen?
So that is still in the public right-of-way, but because that drive serves whatever that adjacent property is, they are responsible to maintain their own drive. We will be reconstructing it with the road project, but the property owner will be responsible for the driveway as well as the adjacent sidewalk.
Okay, and then if we go down to the 3-lane, and I had the same concerns that Ms. Moore's had with whatever happens in Northland in that area, would it be enough to handle traffic? So that was answered, but that area, I believe, is also a very nice speed trap for the police. Would we lose revenue? Would we make that more traffic common?
Hopefully, people will stop speeding. Oh, yeah.
That's called the calming,
Right.
traffic calming.
well, that's a rough road to speed on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now, there's probably not a lot of speeding because of the conditions, so.
Just a random question with that pumpkin station. Is it possible that, because it is a random building in the middle of the street, is it possible that we can decorate it or, paint it to make it fit more within that area? make it a little bit.
I
Camouflage
bring that
paint
up
on
with
it,
our
so just-
SACWA
Yeah.
board. We are the controlling member on that board, but, you know, everything, they would have to see if that's any facade improvements, something like that is something that they'd wanna work into their budget. If it's something that's just generated by aesthetics, you know, they're a water authority, they're not gonna be so inclined to do it unless we put pressure on them
They're gonna do water bill.
or pay for it ourselves.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. You're reducing, on the 3-lane, you're reducing the lane width to 11 feet from 12 feet. Do you know how wide a semi is? Is it 9 feet probably?
8 foot, 6 inches,
8 foot 6 inches?
my
Ah,
engineer tells me.
Okay. Okay, I know, an automobile is almost 8 feet wide. So there will be room for a semi to go through there, make a turn if they're facing another, let's say another semi headed the other direction that wants to turn into the Northland property, so that should not be a problem,
Correct,
okay? And when do you propose this to be built?
this year. So we would be starting in the spring, and that's, we're just getting to that critical point with our design engineers, that once they brought up this second concept, I was like, you know, this is a big change, I would definitely want council's input on this, and they're waiting to hear so that they can finish up their design and we can get it out to bid.
Okay, the reason I asked that question is, I anticipate with the reconstruction, well, with the demolition and the reconstruction of Northland, there are gonna be some heavy trucks going up and down the road. Are we building a road that's gonna get worn out before Northland is rebuilt?
You know, I would expect that most of that traffic would be coming in and out on Greenfield Road, and, you know, we did close a few of the drive approaches along the Northwestern Service Drive that feed into the mall. We closed 3 there. They don't have any weight restrictions once they get out on Greenfield Road as far as time of, well, there's always weight restrictions, but seasonal weight restrictions in Michigan, they don't have to worry about that on Greenfield Road. So that still gets them to their major highways and thoroughfares. So, and that's something that we can have some control over since we own this property on what their routes are going to be.
Okay, I wanna make sure that I plant that seed in your mind so
Okay.
that we do control the heavy truck traffic on the new concrete that goes in.
Noted, maybe we'll send them all out on JL Hudson, because that one's already beat up.
Mr. Manilow.
You just mentioned that on the service drive, the Northwestern Service Drive, you closed some of the entrances into the property, and we're gonna be closing some on Northland Drive. Is that going to increase the traffic? Because, you know, before it was stated that there's a lot of driveways into the property, but if we're starting to close them.
Right
is that
now,
gonna
it's
increase?
more of a control for a vacant piece of property. So once it's redeveloped, I fully expect there's going to be new drive approaches that are constructed along the service drive. The drive approaches that are there, we were not in control of this property when the service drive was rebuilt, and we had hoped to realign some of those drive approaches and do it at our cost just because they were so oddly built when the mall was built over along the service drive. They almost looked more like entrance ramps onto the service drive as opposed to driveways. The mall would not do that for no charge, probably because of their financial condition they were in. So we didn't end up making any of those improvements, but I'm certain anything new that came in, they would not be allowed to leave the drive approaches the way they are now. That would all be addressed during site plan review.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for 2 consensus. The first one should be just almost pro forma. And that is, do we agree that Northland Drive needs to be rebuilt? And then the second consensus I'm gonna ask for is, should it be a 3-lane or a 4-lane? With a 3-lane saving us almost $250,000 over the 4-lane. Okay, and I'm gonna start with Mr. Mandelbaum. The first consensus is, should it be rebuilt?
Yes.
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 And I say yes. Okay, now, the second consensus is, should it be a 3-lane or a 4-lane? And I'll start with Mr. Cruz.
Yes, 3.
3.
Ms. Morris?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I can go either way, 3 or 4. I'm not sure.
The 3.5.
It needs to be rebuilt, but I don't know what.
Make the 10 foot just big enough for a car. Driveway.
Majority rules. I don't know.
3?
3.
Say 3.
3, okay.
Can I ask for one more thing? If anyone has an opinion on the pavement type for the sidewalk or multi-use path that we're gonna put in on the north side, is there a preference for asphalt versus concrete?
Okay, the sales pitch on the asphalt versus concrete is if cyclists or skateboarders or even walkers are on that piece of property, an asphalt is a seamless strip. Sidewalks are in sections that can sink or rise or whatever. Plus, each one of the cracks is, you know, it's like riding on a train in here and as you go over the rail ends. So, so the consensus is asphalt or concrete?
Concrete.
Concrete
For the sidewalks?
for the sidewalk.
Asphalt.
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 I didn't vote.
Huh? Well, I thought you,
I didn't say anything, I was thinking.
oh,
Oh, asphalt.
okay. Actually, it wasn't a vote, it was only a consensus. And maybe one day I'll have to explain the difference between. Okay, so asphalt.
Okay,
All right?
very good, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Is Larry staying here for a minute?
He's got the next item, yeah.
All right. The next item is the purchase replacement of vehicles for the public works, and Mr. Administrator,
Larry Searles, our Department of Public Works supervisor, will be addressing the next 2 items on vehicles for the Public Works Department, and then the following item, vehicles for the police department.
okay?
See you, Garrett.
Hello, council, mayor, administrator. The trucks that we're replacing for the DPW are for our fleet service. They're stake trucks, meter repair trucks, sign shop trucks. These are all just the stuff we use every day to do our work. We're going to recycle one of them. That's what the recommendation was from Motor Pool, because it's a good enough vehicle and it's gonna serve another purpose for another department. The rest of the DPW vehicles are gonna be sold on the Mitten site. They're gonna go for auction, and I believe there was a question about how we do that and how we decide what goes and what stays. Well, right now, we actually have the revolving fund working well enough that some of these vehicles will be sent to Mitten faster than they used to. Well, we can still get something out of them, but this time there wasn't the funds in the account to replace everything that needed replaced. We're also buying 9 marked police vehicle cars. They're the Explorer Interceptor, the SUVs. They are not take-home vehicles. The cars that they're replacing, we're going to assess them. The majority of them will end up on the My Deal, but we don't see the police vehicles as often as we see the DPW vehicles. So we want to do a sound evaluation of the equipment before we make a general decision of where that equipment's going to go. And we're also getting 2 marked police Tahoe units. Again, those are their frontline vehicles and not for take-home. All of the vehicles were budgeted for and approved in each department's budgets that are getting. And if you have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Brightwell?
This is just a couple of general questions. You have a preference for GM vehicles, obviously.
No, it depends on the use. Our pickup trucks, we found we got a better price and better life out of our GMCs. The SUVs for the police department, those are Fords. And a lot of the police units are Chryslers with the Chargers. So it really is whatever the function is, and then what we find works best for that function.
Okay, now let's look at DPW.
Yeah.
The other question, this is a accounting question maybe. And maybe it is correct, it's coming out of the same account, the motor pool equipment account for both police and DPW. But shouldn't the police have a separate account for their vehicles or something?
It is segregated, but we actually have an equipment revolving fund. Each department puts money into it. And then those, for example, water department will put money in there. Police department and general fund will put money in there. Parks and Rec would put money in their fund. And as the equipment, we charge the fund back for that equipment. So it's one of our internal service funds, but there is, from a revenue standpoint, it is part of each department's budget, but the equipment has been historically acquired from the revolving loan fund.
The water department vehicles are bought from the water department enterprise fund, separate of the revolving fund. But that's it. Other than that, they all have their charge outs for each piece of equipment.
Okay, that's why it came to mind with respect to, your department and the police department.
Right.
Well, okay, that's fine.
Any of, Mr. Malabar?
With the police vehicles, the amounts that we are looking at, that does not include outfitting them with the needs of the police department, does it?
No,
It's just the vehicle.
just the vehicle.
Any other questions? I have a couple of questions. When we send our vehicles to put them on the mitten system, do we remove all identification?
Absolutely.
Are the trucks, the vehicles that are painted yellow, they aren't painted a different color, I think?
No, they stay yellow. The police vehicles go out without any of the stickers, and a lot of the equipment gets recycled and put in the next vehicle, to go along with the other question.
Okay, and when we purchase the vehicles, are they painted when we get them, and we only put the decals on?
Yes, sir.
So they're painted to our color codes?
Yes, sir. Our DPW trucks will be yellow, our police cars will be black. There might be a situation that comes up that we, like with our street sweepers, we saved significant amount of money going white, so we brought that to you guys and let you know that if you guys want, we can save money going white. But other than that, they will be in our colors when we purchase them.
Okay, and the last question, Mr. Brightwell touched on it. In the revolving fund, our city administrator said each department contributes to the revolving fund. But what happens if the draw out of the revolving fund is more than they put in? Are they assessed more the next time?
Well, let me touch, because that needs to be an area of focus. The fact is, we haven't been putting money in recent years. We've got, they have on reserve is just little 6.9. Yeah, not 600 is on reserve. That's something that when we talk about the city's overall position, the balance between taking care of unfunded healthcare liabilities, our facilities, the equipment revolving needs to be an area where we need to focus. We've had a healthy balance. We've made some big draws, purchases of ambulances and other things, but it's an area that we need a more holistic approach to how we've been administering that. I would need to do some research as to the last time we funded it, but I don't think in recent, the last was one of the things after 08, 09 that we quit funding the way we used to. So that, as we go through the budget process, needs some focus.
Okay. Because I know the police department probably uses a lot more vehicles than other departments. And if they forecast that they're going to use 20 vehicles, or they're going to need 20 vehicles, they need 25. And
by having an internal service fund, you don't always know the true cost of operating a department. The way we've historically done our budgeting all of their capital expenditures are being charged in internal service fund. Well, the fact of the matter is, you know, every year a police department goes through so many cars.
Sure.
We've got certain things, so that is something we need to really, we've now been doing this for 7 years, and we need to figure out how
Okay.
we can.
Okay. Mr. Millman.
Just a random question though, with the vehicles, obviously we try to get whatever we can out of them when we return them and sell them. Has there ever been any thought, or do we allow city employees to buy vehicles if they want one or they need one?
I know that our policy at the DPW is we're not allowed to design them. That would be a little bit of a conflict of interest. Goes in an open bid site, we don't sell them outright. It's, you know, just like bidding out our contracts, bidding out our work, that's our level of protection from that kind of a.
Well, I don't know if that's something that you may wanna look at, if employees want some of these vehicles to sell it to them.
My understanding is that that rule changed. In the old days, you could not participate as an employee in the auction. But my understanding that had changed somewhere around, I don't know, probably the last 10 years or so. An employee who went to the auction, as long as they were above board and bidding like everyone else, they could bid and actually buy a vehicle.
But I'm thinking maybe even before the auction.
Oh, before, well, see, yeah, that's.
Then it wouldn't be
right.
an auction.
Then you don't have the market
Yeah.
dictating what the price should be,
Yeah.
so.
I need to correct something I said. I was speaking about the equipment revolving fund, I'm reading the wrong column here. These are being acquired from the motor pool fund, and we are funding motor pool. And the revenues that we charged other funds, library, rec, general fund, 3.7 million, and it looks like we expended 3.6. We do have a fund balance of 6.2 million, unrestricted 2.7 million. So when I quick looked, the columns right next to each other, and I was thinking equipment revolving. What I said applies to equipment revolving. These purchases are for motor pool. I apologize.
Okay, but my question still remains the same.
Right.
Do we, the departments, are they,
For motor pool, yes, they are contributing.
okay. Well,
Now, at a
contributing
certain-
equal to the
Well, that's,
draw.
right, that's
Yeah.
where we probably need, there used to be a very elaborate, detailed accounting
Mhm.
on that. We probably need to take a look at that. Is the library, what the library is putting in, are they getting that? How does
Yeah.
that compare?
Right. It's no different than someone that's in our general budget, someone putting in money for a project that is not gonna take place until September, and someone else needs something in July, and all of a sudden in September, there's no money in the budget because it got spent in July, when it was rear loaded.
That happens to me all the time. I put money in my wallet and my wife takes it out.
Oh, yeah?
Is that a problem?
Put it under your pillow.
I think
Put it under your pillow like I do.
I just asked Fred,
Yeah,
when
Mr. Cruz.
you talking about when the ones that we are able to sell, the vehicles we are able to sell, does that money go back to that revolving fund or does it go to general fund?
Yeah.
Back to norms.
Lynn, do you know the sale of assets? Does it go into equipment or motor pool or?
I can't say confidently, I can research it.
Just as curious.
And are those sold on MITN?
Yes. Yes. We have in the past had auctions at Ross Towing. They provide that service to us. We tried going out on MIT the last time, and we were surprised. We did very well with some of the equipment. So that's where we're gonna go with these.
Mr. Bradwell?
Do we get an average, I'm just saying from a finance standpoint, do we get an average amount of money per year on this salvage?
Well, it really depends on what equipment we're
Right.
replacing and how much.
Okay, so it's just a guessing game, there's no, like 50,000 or 60,000.
I
It's just-
don't, I can get the number.
No, that's okay.
I could, the rest of the council, the finance committee is now looking at a monthly purchasing queue, what's queuing up, and what's on auction. We can add a summary to that document as well, just to get a better pulse on that.
Okay.
We'll make a-
It might just come out to be a guessing game with respect to the auction anyway, so.
The next couple of weeks, as we go through the budget, we'll have that number, but we have the data, I just don't know it offhand.
Okay, so this will go on our agenda for the 25th?
Mr. Chairman, before Larry leaves.
Yes.
Larry, 12 Mile Road, south side between Inglenook and Ranchwood, maybe a little further east than Ranchwood. The water was standing last year, we had that problem. We have it again, it was all the way up to the curb, one lane was closed, and the snow behind was sitting. So I don't know what's happening there, that the water's not disappearing, but
There's definitely an issue with the Oakland County Storm Sewer. They claimed to have fixed it. It did go away for a little bit last year. They claimed to fix it, but I think what they did, they just rotted a hole through it and didn't really get to the infiltration problem. It plugged right back up.
especially when it was really busy, there were cars in both lanes, and then the guy would slam on his brake and try to move over.
Yes,
And
dangerous.
I think there was one accident there. I don't know if they hit each other or he just spun around, but that was really a bad situation.
I'll make a more formal request for that to be repaired, and I'll put that
Thank you.
in documentation so that they know that we're asking.
It's really bad, bad right now,
Yes.
so it's,
And the asphalt condition is really bad right now too.
yeah. Thanks, Larry.
Anything else? Okay, let's move to our next item on the agenda, and that's
Mr. Gardella staying or no?
He's staying. He's staying.
You're
You're not leaving.
all right. Patty's like the chair. Next item on our agenda is the proposed rental registration.
Sure.
Ordinance amendment?
I'll start.
Yes.
I've been working with Mark Pilot and Ed Gardella from the building department. There have been some issues with the existing rental registration and inspection ordinance the city set in place. It was thought, looking at what some of the issues and just in general, people have found kind of ingenious ways to try to evade having to register and go through the inspection under the ordinance. One of the ways is, well, I sold that on a land contract. So it's not a rental, it's been sold on a land contract, but of course then nobody ever went and recorded the land contract. So really, it was a sham. It really was a rental. And if you don't record the document, it doesn't really indicate a real transfer of title. Some of the other ways was they just do a real quick lease with an option to purchase or something and say, oh, so see, I'm not renting it, now I've transferred some kind of ownership. So I think with that, and we know that, you know, on the administrative side, we're going to try to do some things differently to really get this program kind of clicking. Ed and Mark and I think came to kind of the conclusion, let's just revamp the ordinance. Let's try to really deal with a lot of these issues, make it very concise, and make it understandable. So what you see in front of you is in essence, we're totally removing the existing ordinance. We use some other ordinances. Farmington Hills had a great ordinance. And a lot of the purpose and intent that we have proposed in the new ordinance kind of came from that Farmington Hills ordinance, because I think what is it that is of so concern on these single-family, generally rentals, is that they're in our neighborhoods. And they're occupied by people who don't own the house, and sometimes the people that own the house aren't even in the city, so they don't know what the condition is. And so, because they're so, you know, intrinsic right in the root, you know, located in our neighborhoods, they need special attention. And so we thought that the purpose here was good, to explain why do we need to register and why do we need to inspect these houses. So again, there really wasn't much of a purpose or an intent in the prior ordinance, and we really wanted to set that out. And so you'll see that. Then we go into some definitions, but in general, you'll see some things that talk about, you know, who is an owner. And so, for example, and I apologize again, I never seem to be able to pick up page numbers. I don't know what happens, but if you look under the definitions, number 10, owner, and it talks about if you're going to claim you're an owner, then you have to be able to show that there's a fully recorded document in the Oakland County Register of Deeds that evidences your title. So absent that, you're not an owner. Then you're something less than an owner. And what we found with some of the other ordinances, and sometimes it got complicated, but then we could always bring it back simple. Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, their ordinances say this: if you're not the owner, and so we look at really what's been recorded out at the County Register of Deeds office, and do you claim 100% your principal property, your homestead? If you claim less than 100% on that property, you're not an owner. It's a rental. Whether you're renting it out, whatever it is, if you don't own it and live in that property, it's a rental under the ordinance. Then everything becomes simple. So if you can't satisfy those thresholds, it's a rental. And you have to come in, and you have to register, and then you have to get your inspection. The one concept that Jeff Bodell had liked from some of the ordinances that he had looked through and he thought made sense is you should only have to register once. So you come in, give us all the information, who the owner is, and if you have an agent that maybe is managing the property. So come in and register once and pay your registration fee, which council would establish by resolution. Then you're registered for the rest of the time. You don't have to come in every 3 years and re-register unless the property's changed hands. Then the new owner has to come in and register. But if I own this rental for 20 years, I register once, but then every 3 years, at a minimum, it has to be inspected. And so that's the cycle that we'll be on. You register once, then you go into an inspection. And the inspection will be done, and it's going to be done now under the International Property Maintenance Code. So there's a code that addresses all this, and I know Mark and Ed can speak to that if there are questions on that. But that'll be the threshold against how we'll measure the inspection. You'll pay a fee for the inspection. There's a late fee if you don't register when you're supposed to, or you don't have your inspection when you're supposed to. Every month thereafter, it's $100 extra. And what we're trying to do is get people to come in and register these properties. We're going to do more on our end in terms of the administrative side, but hopefully the ordinance will assist in that because there's going to be a penalty for every month that you don't when you're supposed to. See some things, so after the registration, then it goes through what you need to get for the inspection and your inspection certificate. We've also had a little bit of an issue with tenants. So tenants will call in, maybe they're in a dispute with the landlord and they're saying, I'll get them in trouble with the city, so they call in and say, oh, this isn't working, that isn't working, and then the owner doesn't want to pay for these inspections. And so what we have in here is that if a tenant calls in with a complaint about the property that is not being remedied, the tenant's got to pay the inspection fee. It won't be a full-blown inspection fee. It'll be what's called a special inspection fee, but that we're going to pass that on to the tenant. So we only want the tenant to call when there are real issues, not just because they're upset with the landlord for something. So we've built that in. We've built in a provision for a revocation. If the property isn't being maintained, what if our code enforcement is going by on the outside and sees some issues? Well, that will generate a basis for saying to the owner, we need to come inside now, because we see you're not maintaining the outside, we need to inspect the inside. So all kinds of things now that I think we're going to get in a much more aggressive posture to really make sure that these homes are not only registered so we know who the owner is, but inspected, and we know that tenants are in there and they're living in a habitable condition. And it's not generating a blight for the adjacent property owners who own their property presumably, and this may be bringing those property values down. So I don't know if anything you want to add to it,
other than
gentlemen?
we're just looking for a more modern set of tools, and I think that's what this ordinance is. It's a more modern set of tools. It helps us, especially with the enforcement end, because all the issues that Sue brought up with trying to understand who the owner is, who the tenant is, it streamlines it for us administratively and kind of just explains exactly who it is, so there aren't as many loopholes or ways that we're arguing back and forth with the ownership or with the tenant. So it really helps. And the second piece that we'll be discussing is the tool that we need to do the inspections is really important.
I guess we could mention that, we'll kind of take questions collectively, but the second item does exactly that. We've been using the old existing structures code under the Boca code, which really is totally outdated and just.
And we have probably the only 3 copies around. And whenever we have an issue with a landlord, or if it goes to court, we generally have to give the attorneys or the owners, we have to make copies of the pages in this book because it hasn't been available. Boca, the organization, hasn't been an organization for years. So in order to actually give them what they need to go through court, we have to make them the copies because they can't find it anywhere else. This new International Property Maintenance Code, which gets updated as the building code does in a 3-year cycle, is a great tool because not only is it easy for us to use, but people who have to use it to maintain it has not only good definitions, but it's got drawings and illustrations for how, for instance, where to put smoke alarms and smoke detectors. So things like that are much better in this code. This is extremely dry, extremely hard to understand, and 1984 is quite a long time ago, and you have new systems that are in homes that weren't there in 1984.
So that second item deletes the prior chapter 100, which brought by reference the Boca existing structure code, and it will replace it now with the International Property Maintenance Code. So that's why you see the 2.
Okay, your presentation.
That's
Okay.
all I have.
Mr. Fracassi.
We used to adopt the book code. We don't do that anymore.
The state of Michigan?
No,
is-
we as a city,
Yeah, we as the city do not. We are mandated by
They
the
say that
state
we
of
are-
Michigan now to adopt the codes that the state adopts every
are they one and the
3,
same?
completely different set of documents.
When we used to adopt the Boca code, then we would have separate additional codes
Amendments.
along with it.
Correct. The state no longer allows us to do that since 2000. We have to adopt what the state adopts when they adopt it.
Is it-
Every municipality in Michigan has to do that.
Is that organization, the Boca, because Clay Debo used to be head of that.
Correct. Boca turned into the International Code Council,
Yeah.
ICC. All of the codes, the Southern Building Code, the CABO codes and the Boca codes, they all merged into one code and developed the International Code.
Well, thank you. The other thing is, we send out a assessment of your home value, and it says it's not a bill. Can we attach something that, because that goes to a homeowner that pays the taxes? That, because I think the communication is just not there. And if you get that document, you are the owner of the house. And then you know, and you can say, well, you have to know because if you read that document.
Right.
Because the corner of Potomac and Lasha Road on the north side, right on the corner, that was in the foreclosure, it was bought in the foreclosure. Now, they put a for rent sign out in front of the house. And I mean, they don't even hide it. And I don't know if our code people pick that up when they see it, or
I think that happens a lot. When they see those for rent signs, then they come back and they check the rental registry to
But
make
do
sure
we
that
do
that
it?
thing is.
I guess that's what I-
Absolutely, I think that
In
happens.
fact, I do a lot of rental inspections. I do all kinds of inspections, and absolutely, if I drive down the road and I see that there's a for rent sign, write down the phone number, I call right away and find out if we have it on our records. Absolutely, all of us do that when we see it.
But
I'll
obviously.
take this address and see if it's
Okay.
Yeah. We could do things like, if you're gonna get aggressive on it, maybe even be looking at Craigslist, are people trying to rent these things that, how aggressive, but that's how you're gonna find out if they're rental.
Yeah, but if a person who owns a home gets that, and they know that.
Then that's right.
Then you know that they have the information.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why a lot of them aren't listed, because, they don't think there's a fine attached. Go ahead.
One other tool that we are using is I've worked with Mike Radcliffe, and we are pulling all the non-homesteaded, single-family dwellings, and they just ran a report for us. So we're going through that
Right.
at this point right now.
Did you pay $4 a piece for it?
No, we didn't. He gave it to us for free. I had to just pay for the paper.
Mr. Chairman, when you look at that,
But your point is, can we include something in the equalization notice
Yeah.
that's sent out usually goes out in February?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Just
Um,
advising.
Yep.
Yep.
yeah, says this is not a bill, and if something's attached with the colored paper, that would be different than white,
Yeah, usually it's yellow.
whatever.
Mr. Grable?
Yeah, I read through this, obviously read through it. I probably have a novice or elementary questions that will come up.
Sure, sure.
On the first page,
Mhm.
number 2, could be semantics or it could be, unlike non-residential rental buildings and apartments. Aren't all apartments residential? I mean,
Well, I think the concept there is that a lot of times you don't find apartment buildings located right in the middle of a single-family residential. Sometimes they're the buffer between single-family and maybe office or something. But that's what's so unique about single-family homes that are being rented out. Usually, again, you don't find these huge apartment complexes right in the middle of a neighborhood. And even with an apartment unit, you usually have a property manager on site. So at least somebody, ostensibly, is there, knows the condition of the property. Whereas on a single family, if they're sending their rent in to the owner who might live in Novi, nobody ever knows what the condition of the property is.
okay, but I'm just reading that, it just
Uh-huh.
reads funny. Number 2,
Uh-huh.
non-residential rental buildings, and then you say, and apartment units. Is that a non-residential rental building? That's an office building, right? Or something?
Yeah, could be an
Okay.
office building, yeah.
And then you said
Uh-huh.
apartment units.
Uh-huh.
Those two go together, when the A and D tie those two together. So isn't there something wrong there, something word-wise?
No, I understand what
yeah.
he's saying. Here's one category of buildings,
Right.
and that is non-residential rental buildings and apartment units.
Right.
But unlike those, single-family homes
Mhm.
are different.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Oh, okay.
They're
Oh,
rented out, so
Yes.
they're similar, but they're different.
Yes.
Because of where they're located,
Okay.
generally.
All right, okay then. And these are elementary questions.
Absolutely, no
Right.
problem.
On 5, on the next page,
Uh-huh.
dwelling. And this is, I don't know much about real estate. What is a two-family dwelling?
Like a duplex or a
Duplex.
flat?
Do we have any of those in
I
South?
guess we have a very few.
We do?
Yeah, we do have them.
There's one right in the corner of 9 Mile and Greenview.
Do?
Yeah. That's Lloyd Cruz, did he say it?
Is it still there?
There are some on 10 Mile.
I have junior questions there.
Yeah, I don't think they're pervasive throughout the city,
Right.
but we do have them.
Okay. And obviously.
And we may
number
have them in the
6.
future. I mean, that's part of why you do this,
Okay,
because someone could build one tomorrow.
Mhm.
okay.
And we want to pick those up,
Right.
include them.
All right, that's fine. Section 8504, registry owner, and number 6. And I think Mr. Picasso probably answered this one a little bit, how would these people be notified?
Mhm.
And obviously, we put something in there, their statement.
And I suspect, right, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna take the list from now, the non-homestead, and I would imagine we're gonna send a letter out, just saying, please be advised, here is the ordinance.
Right.
You have 90 days now to come in and register. So I mean, there's going to be a notice for these places. Now, they can come in and dispute that, well, maybe there's a mistake on their homestead or something declaration.
Mhm.
But if they're not filing 100% homestead on the property, they're gonna need to come in and register.
Okay. All right, the next item, number 7.
Uh-huh.
And it says, in the next to last sentence, it says shall be, from a legal standpoint, is that must be? Is there a
Yes.
difference between must be and shall be?
No, shall and it's may is the one you have to worry about. May versus shall are different. Shall and must are
Pretty much the
the
same from a
same.
legal
Yeah,
standpoint.
absolutely.
Okay. All right. item number D, on the section 8506, no, I'm sorry, 8507, terms and revocation.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's fine, you just answered that, because that's his still had the word shall.
Okay.
But going down to the next item,
Uh-huh.
8508, inspection frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the staffing for this frequency?
Well,
Or do we have the
we will
current
have
staffing
it because
anticipate staff?
the intent here is that the fees here will generate sufficient revenue to pay for these inspections. That's the goal. So my understanding is in the projected budget, there will be not necessarily a full building, but a housing inspector that will do these inspections.
Okay.
And then the revenue from the fees that are generated will pay for that person.
Okay. All right, well, those are the questions for this section. I read the other section too, so we can,
Okay.
want me to go to that section, or you want to wait to the next, on the housing code?
Oh, why don't you, we'll wait until, okay?
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Mayor?
First of all, Don, that, you're right on, the communication has to be here. One part of the non-homestead though, I know of people that live here, have a home up north, and because the taxes are lower, they call that their homestead, but they're living in both houses.
Mm-hmm.
So, just, you know, you're aware, I can see nodding behind you, Sue. But that'll be something that'll come back
Sure,
on us.
sure.
But, you know, we can deal with that.
And I think we said here that we say it's prima facie evidence, which
Yeah.
means generally, unless you can
Right.
show and rebut.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, this is so needed. Just, I don't know if any of you've been copied on emails that building department and code, I think Fred, you've been on this. For the last 2 weeks, we've had a horrendous situation on Clemsford in Cranbrook with sewage in the basement and sewage coming up in the neighbor's yard from a landlord that's not doing the right thing. And then wouldn't address and just wants to evict the tenant because they're complaining. Then, you know, and then we have another similar situation with sewage coming out of the ground on Hunter's Lane. And again, these are landlords that are, this is the thing I've been talking about. These are, you know, not every landlord's bad, but we have landlords that are not doing right. And here, I mean, in the middle of Cranbrook, sewage, this is wrong. And then it's freezing, of course. So, I mean, we need this, and we need, we really need to get after, because we have more rental homes than we've ever had in our history. So, you know, I want to thank you guys for the work that's been done on this. It was more than I expected, in the sense that I know what Jeff had just shown some things, but this is really good work. And the other thing I would say is, have we decided or asked, there are services that do these inspections. And then whatever they charge, the city would get an administrative fee, and then the inspector, the service. So it doesn't, I mean, it could be a staff person or it could be a service. I don't know what thought has been given to that.
We've actually met with 2 different entities that can provide that type of service. I think we're still going through that decision tree process. Obviously, getting the ordinance in place and then moving across that. We have a number of staffing considerations, positions that are posted right now in the building department. I think there are 3 more that need to be posted. So it's probably going to be a hybrid where it will be a combination of our staff and then.
Yeah, somebody here
private
needs to
entities.
administer this, honestly.
If I may, we got a couple other the reconciliation of the people who rented under the prior ordinance, and there's some issues in how the software was originally implemented that we're working to resolve. And the other, we got, what I would say, two mega projects in the building department. One is a Sidwell reconciliation, where parcels have been assigned and labeled various Sidwell numbers over the years. And in much the same way we handled the bond proceed issues in the last year, it's a SWAT team type approach. We'll have probably a clerk who's working on that. I think we got a meeting scheduled for next Thursday on that, and then the rental. Because there are people who have registered, the enforcement part is taking them and hauling people off into court.
Well, the other thing, the final thing for a moment. I really think that after this step, we have to move into multifamily. I have correspondence, and I've talked a lot to our neighborhood services chair, Tanya, and we are going to go out to Providence Place. The complaints that are coming out of there with security, lack of repairs, garbage in the hallways, security doors constantly propped open, marijuana smoking, it's driving every good tenant out. And then what do you have? The decent folks don't want to live in that environment. And some of them, they're there because that's their max of affordable rent. And they want to live in Southfield, but I've got numerous letters now from about Providence Place. And I really think that after this step, we've really got to do something about multifamily. That's got to be the next.
The Providence Place is in court, and I think that they ought to just, they called me and begged off, and they said they would do all this work. We all went out there, they showed 100 people out there busting their butt. Next day, everybody was gone. And so I don't feel sorry for them anymore.
No, absolutely.
The heck with them.
It's been a year and a half since that new out-of-state owner took the property. And Friedman came in as the management.
And we were dealing with the previous owner a year and a half.
Absolutely.
I don't even know who that manager is anymore.
Right.
I think the timing now for the community on the multifamily makes a lot of sense. One of the wildly important goals that council identified on December 4th was in housing neighborhood revitalization. And so we're now talking about single family homes. We're going to be rolling out in the next few months a number of initiatives. On our purchasing queue, you'll see that we're moving forward on this housing study. But you have something else that's happening, that the apartments at 12 and Southfield are about to go on the marketplace. And you've got something coming in at one of the highest rental per square foot rates than anything we've seen. And it's a combination to communicate to the marketplace that, man, this guy's getting $2 a square foot. Some of this stuff, by virtue of its age, will never be Class A, but with the right investment, it'll be solid B, and we could work with our landlords. It's at a little bit of carrot stick. Some of the things we've done, PA 210, maybe we work with people to make that investment, to show these guys how they can start maybe getting, maybe it's $1.75, $1.80 a square foot instead of $2 a square foot, pushing that market up in the right direction. So, I think it's a good proactive. Administratively, I'll be the first to admit, the administration, building department has things to work on how the original ordinance, but we know what we've got to fix. We're doing, council's authorized the training of the software. But if we can move forward on the multifamily, we could possibly have something on the books by May 1st. And if there's a desire, I'd like to have a consensus vote so we can move that item forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Forrest?
Well, I have two questions. I pretty much answered it. Dan asked about the staffing. I didn't know how this activity would work with the function of code enforcement. If there was I know this is managed by Buildings and Safety and Engineering, but Does code enforcement have some type of,
Well, they pretty much do the exterior, so this would be now a housing inspector that.
Interior.
Right, would do
Okay.
the interior.
And the point that is made here is that if the exterior looks bad, then that triggers again the interior.
Right, another
'Cause there's a
inspection in
parallel
that
many
3-year
times.
period, right.
Okay, so there's a possibility that this program would be collaboratively managed with code enforcement, buildings and safety and engineering, as well as the treasurer for the billing.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
And one of the things in the new fee structure council approved, there was actually within that structure to put a code person who is a liaison between building. For example, it's not in the city's best interest from a costing to have a building inspector out doing code enforcement. But you need a code enforcement officer who, when these building issues, is that interface between the two departments. And we've always had this firewall between code and building, and I don't not fully understand the full history. Code did the exterior, building did the inside. Well, I think some things fell through the cracks because of that approach. So the funding's in place for that position within that fee structure.
Okay, it just seems like a pretty integral position. I don't know that I would be for privatizing that piece. It seems like everybody involved needs to be, on board here with the city. But also, just going back to the landlords, the owners, why is there such a resistance to, the registration fee can't be.
No, I think it's the inspection, because if the inspection turns up, all of these deficiencies, they're gonna have to fix them or they can't rent them.
Oh, I thought that it was an issue with them wanting to register.
No, I think it's more the inspection that
More the
they're worried
inspection,
about,
okay.
because then they're gonna have to make these things habitable. They're gonna have to be up to code.
Well, and
Wow.
Don is talking about a house on Potomac and Washer. Again, the property auction, the treasurer's property auction, those houses some of those houses were immediately occupied and they'd been vacant.
Right. For years,
And,
maybe?
and if they even got slapped with a coat of paint inside, I don't know, but I saw houses within weeks of the auction that had people in them.
We heard horror stories, they'd get someone in there wasn't even heat. Because somebody had stripped the heat out while it was vacant, and yet they were renting it. So it's,
Yeah, we've been.
Just on the news in the past few days, they've been talking about the houses in Detroit that people bought them because they thought they could rent them, they couldn't rent them, thought they were gonna flip them.
mm-hmm.
They're sitting there empty, now they're trying to get rid of them, they can't
Right.
even get rid of them now, so. But, are there any other questions?
I'm just
Uh,
curious.
Mr. Mandelbaum?
Some of a lot of the questions before, like how, do you know that it's a rental? So we're gonna pull some of the assessment data that's out there and things like that. What if someone's renting out half of their home?
If they live in it, and this is the threshold, so if they live in it and rent a room, as long as they are living there, it's okay. If they rent out a room, they rent out their basement, it won't fall under this ordinance, because they live there.
Now, we're also gonna look at homes that are registered to a corporation or
Yeah.
nonprofits
Yes.
and things like that as well?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we currently have a fee schedule
We do.
that we can attach?
You adopted a fee schedule.
Was that in our last week, the last
We
meeting?
might have to amend that a
We
little.
did adopt the fee schedule, but it wasn't in anticipation of this ordinance. And we have to tweak the fees, but we're gonna come back. There are some other issues with the fee schedule that we just recently adopted that have to be addressed. And one of those is the mechanical trades, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical. Those fees have to be tweaked. We did not do those in the ordinance. And then we have to address the rental registration in that piece also.
So from my own perspective, I think until we tweak some of those fees, I don't know if we should really enact the ordinance until we know what those fees may be, what they will.
Well, we have existing fees
Yeah,
for
we have
rental
it for rental.
registration, so those will apply until we tweak.
Until we change it.
Right,
You can always
right,
change the fee.
right,
Yeah, so it's not like we don't have any fees at all.
right, there are fees.
So we also talked about, trying to communicate this as best as we can to the owners. What if we miss one So, which I'm sure is gonna happen. They have 90 days from the time this is enacted. And they come back and, let's say it's 120 days or even a year later. And they say, oh, I had no idea. What would we still penalize them $100 every month?
I
Or
think
would there
I
be
need-
like some grace period for the,
On the onset,
Ignorance
we
is no
discussed
excuse.
this, and enforcement-wise, I don't know that we can get all the houses within 90 days. So there's gonna be a lapse there. And I think by the time we get all of these registered, it may be 12 or 13 or 14 months by the time we go through all of this. And by that time, I think the word will be out on the streets.
But in those cases, I don't think we're gonna have this exact hard, until we can get the whole process, everybody registered and everything, I don't think there's gonna be a hard and fast, like you say, if somebody comes in and they're in 100 days or whatever, we're not gonna be at a point, until we get everybody registered. I think it's really, once we get everybody registered, then, you know, and everybody pretty much, you know, we've got a handle on who's out there, what rentals are out there, then we start down the process of really somebody who may have, maybe a landlord who has 3 or 4 or 5, and we have this example where they'll come in and register 3 of them until, you know, those are the 3 we know about, but they might have 6, and we finally figure out that they have 6. They should know they gotta register all 6, correct? Not just 3. So those are the kinds of things we're looking at, people who necessarily know that they need to register and may only register, unfortunately, when they're alerted that they have to register.
will the rental properties be listed anywhere online? So if I'm in a neighborhood and I believe that my neighbor 3 doors down is renting his home, will I be able to look that up? Or do I have to call someone?
Several years ago, that was suggested to the building department. City of Dearborn does it rather effectively. They list all of the rentals and it's posted. If you suspect a property in your neighborhood, maybe a rental is not on this list, please call us. At one point, they were offering a little sweetener for people to bring a gift card was being sent to those people who successfully identified properties. Let me just comment, you know, when we started the building bond bit, we were told it would take a couple of years. There's gonna be a very aggressive push to get as much as we can on this for a year. And we need to bring in, you know, outside certain resources. We'll bring those bodies in. But getting caught up on that database and getting it through a rotation is what this needs to be done. Frankly, council's been very patient. The original ordinance was passed, how many years ago, guys?
90?
Yeah, 90s.
Late 90s, maybe?
No, it needs to move and work. I like the additional penalty for people who register.
Now, what if an inspection is done, either because of complaint or change of ownership, and there's someone living there? So obviously, we're gonna have that now, where we're gonna start registering homes, people are living there. Conditions are so poor that you almost have to like evict the family.
Yeah,
Well, that just happened on
That-
Chelmsford.
that's in here.
You can't live in this house.
Right.
And the landlord wouldn't fix it.
Right.
So we put the people up in a hotel. And then they moved their stuff out, and now this family is now, you know, finding other place to rent. But, you know,
Is that more of the deal that they would have to hopefully have some type of deal in the contract when they're renting the home? Or
Well, no court, if you can't occupy, because it's been, you know, red
Health
tagged
and
by the
safety.
city, you don't owe rent. I don't care what lease you sign. The landlord-tenant act you have to have habitable, livable conditions in order to have an obligation to pay rent. So yes, if they can't live there,
but let's say they had some, you know, they were already behind on their rent, now they're almost becoming homeless.
Yeah.
Is there anything that the city would do, or just
we've got
their problem,
resources
or-
through, you know, our human services potentially, maybe to try to get them some assistance, you know, but again, if it's a condition that makes the house uninhabitable, you can't allow people to live there.
Okay.
I had small children and a baby in this house.
The last question, I think, is there's already a system in place because we supposedly should have been tracking or whatnot. Are we changing that system to a newer tracking system or database? Or are we using what we currently have?
It's a much more enhanced system through the program that we use, BSNA. I went to some training at BSNA headquarters on this. We are going to be implementing this planning, zoning, engineering format. And there will be, once the rental registration person enters an inspection or a registration, it'll automatically do a follow-up, and it will send her like an email saying you need to check this on this date. And then in 3 years, it will set up a re-inspection, like 2 years and 11 months, and a reminder will come out and say, this person needs to re-register, and it will generate a notice for them.
So if so is that also where I'll be able to know if my neighbor's house has been rented through the assessing software, through BSNA?
Through BSNA, if we click on that, there's...
That will be available to the public.
That's right.
Okay.
You want to quickly explain our identification number at Sidwell's, kind of a global problem we have on...
On addresses right now?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a problem with our BSNA software and assessing software. You may have an address. We can't search a property properly because, for instance, 10 mile may be W, 10 TEN mile, or west 10 mile, or W numeral 10 mile, or W
There's no
west.
uniformity.
There's no uniformity. This is something we have to clean up, and it's a serious issue because we can't find properties and addresses properly. So we will be working with assessing. Assessing will, from now on, as I understand, and I'm working on this at this point, will be assigning all addresses. So if someone comes to our counter in the building department and their address is not listed, they will have to go to assessing to get that address entered into the system and then come back to us to apply for a permit.
Are we gonna fix the addresses as they?
We're going to have a universal.
There are two mega projects, the rental, and in kind of the same way we handle the bonds, and this Sidwell reconciliation. The other problem we have with Sidwell, where Southfield's unique, is BSNA is used by primarily the majority of the communities in the state. The county uses it for assessing. What they don't have that we have is the high rises. So every time someone comes in, 5th floor, 1200 building, pulls a permit, a new ID marker needs to be created. Here's the problem, someone's at the counter, wants that permit today, to go through the assessing process. So the discussion, and Sue Ward and I just spoke about this evening, is to write a policy, probably train a couple people in the building department to write that Sidwell number, and then we reconcile this. And this is what's absolutely critical to getting us to truly real-time. And the permit module, if we can get these Sidwell numbers and these addresses cleaned up, there's some other overfaces that we can put on BSNA that when the guys are out in the car, they'll be able to read things. Right now, when our code officers write a ticket, they check 3 different databases for a history because they haven't been aligned. And BSNA, I think they've got a partial problem. My conversation was, gosh, you guys ought to be able to figure this out when someone puts ST or spells out street or CT for boulevard. I mean, there ought to be some way that it's red flagged.
Well, you can put limiters in. It's a database like any other database. So for instance, you can make it be all caps. You can make it be entered in a certain way. And you're absolutely right. I don't understand why some of those fields that you enter in don't force you to enter in information that goes in the same way. Why they even allow you to enter it in those multiple ways doesn't make any sense.
This is a big issue with addresses.
So is it the same thing like if drive is DR versus spelled out?
Yep. And you can look at an address and you'll pull up that address on BSNA and there may be that same address with 15 different variations of spelling on and then the clerks will just choose one of them and enter a permit. So then I may be looking up a permit and he'll give me the address, I look up the address, I happen to choose the first one. The permit's not in there, so then I have to manually search through every single one to find it. You know, sometimes that may take me 25, 30 minutes to find it.
And on a high-rise, it's
Oh, it's-
unbelievable.
You can't do it on a high rise. You'll have
The
5,
whole
5,
page just
10,000
opens up.
entries.
You'll have an hour at least to look through to find something,
So we need to clean that up
Yes,
so that there's
absolutely.
a single address.
Yes.
Is the Sidwell gonna determine what the address is?
Could be multiple addresses on one Sidwell. If you look at a strip center, there'll be one, the property will be one Sidwell, and you have multiple addresses under that Sidwell.
It's something we have to clear up with assessing
Yes.
along with GIS.
Yeah.
They have to assist us in all this.
This is the team we've talked about is, you know, obviously the guys here, our IT department, assessing department, GIS. GIS did a project a few years ago for the fire department, and multifamily comes up. Well, in GIS, they've got all of the apartment numbers
Yep.
in there, but it's gonna be a sizable exercise.
Oh, it sounds like it.
And, you know, a lot of them will catch very quickly.
But by the same token, this ought to be a learning point for new software that comes along, that we understand what the limitations and the benefits are of any new software that we're gonna get, so that we don't find ourselves 5 years down the road trying to fix it because we were allowing too much flexibility and not enough, and I don't wanna call it regimentation, but the rules. We need to establish rules on how it's populated so that we don't have this further down the road.
Well, and that's where the policy, only certain people will be allowed to write certain things. You know,
But they have to understand what the parameters are.
you know, we do a reconciliation in our tax bills between the county, even the county, from my conversation with the assessor. They've got, I mean, the majority of the communities in Oakland County are using this software for building, assessing. There's an interface. I think part of this is gonna be bringing BSNA in, holding their feet to the fire. You know, they're gonna generate the largest list of the problems that need to be resolved. We'll probably be able to filter a large percent of this very quickly, and then identify our problems. And that's where we'll focus our initial round of efforts. Will we have solved everything? Probably not that first round, but if we keep running those filters, we'll get there.
Yeah, one of the things is that we need to take a look at how much it's costing us to keep using it the way it is now versus getting it fixed. And maybe it will be beneficial to have someone under contract, you know, to come in and clean it up and allow our other employees to do the things that they need to do rather than fixing these kind of problems.
And that'll be a discussion with BSNA. My first thought is
Yeah.
hold their feet to the fire.
Right.
This is a problem you created, you know, and with your design, and, you know, I think we'll end up being some kind of compromise.
Just one more quick question.
Sure.
If in the rental agreement, you know, they say that the renter is responsible for damage. And, I don't know, kids are playing baseball or something, I don't know. Somehow they get a hole in the roof or break a window or something. It's time for inspection. And they fail inspection because of an issue like that. And they just say, you know, well, I'm supposed to fix it, but I don't care, I want to still live here. Would we still revoke their
Yeah,
certificate? and-
Absolutely, because the owner's the only one we're gonna have this relationship with. If it was done in violation of the lease, then the landlord's free to go against the tenant and add that cost back onto the rent, whatever the lease agreement. We will not have that direct relationship with the tenant.
Okay.
So, we just want the property maintained.
It's
And
safe.
absolutely, then the landlord can go back onto the tenant for whatever they feel is appropriate.
Okay.
Ms. Seymour?
No. Done.
Okay, I have some
Okay.
questions. Oh, Ms.
Just
Morris?
one more. Are there provisions for condo?
Condos are separately owned.
Yes, but some people have renters in condos, I'm just wondering.
Well, they would fall within
Yes,
this, then
those
there's,
are rent,
yeah, if you
yes.
rent out a condo, it would fall within here, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if it would be under the multifamily or if it just,
Yeah, when we talk about multifamily, we have roughly 17,000, 6,000 of the units are single fee or condominium. So when one person holds the mortgage.
I'm just saying, you know, the exterior, you know, the condo the condo is supposed
For
to
the
pay the
common
management.
areas,
Yeah,
right.
so the exterior upkeep,
Mhm.
the association is responsible for that, so didn't know.
And when you hear us talking about the housing strategy for condominiums, the concept, you know, one of the things I want to push is Southwest Solutions holds that franchise to Neighborhood Works. They actually have a whole component of capacity building for condominiums. And when, it's been a while since I looked at the FHA list of condominiums that are eligible in Southfield. But 2 years ago when I looked at it, I think of the 31 or 33 condo communities we had, the majority of them weren't eligible for FHA financing. And you want that to happen, that immediately impacts your ability for people to get mortgages. And, you know, so working with the condo associations, make sure they're on solid footing with those homeowner associations. Collections, we know from the condos we sold with NSP,
Mhm.
we had to document for the mortgage financing where those associations were with their fees. And that was a big exercise in selling the condos. We did, what, 2 or 3
Yeah,
years?
several, yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to explain, for instance, right across the street, we have 5,000 Town Center, that large tower, those are condos. We do inspections in those that are rented. And Rodeo Court, the single-family condos, just adjacent to that, we do inspections on those. A lot of those are rentals.
Okay, I have some questions. Does Southfield have a landlord-tenant mediation group?
In the court there is.
In the
Yes,
court?
yes, there is.
Now, do we, if someone has a complaint, do we steer them to that before?
You know, that and legal aid, they do a lot of landlord-tenant questions. So when we get calls into our office, we refer to both.
Okay. One of the things that, a couple of things you talk about is find out whether or not the owner did a sham on,
Mhm.
oh, I sold this on the land
Mhm.
contract. If you could find out who's carrying the insurance on it, that ought to help you.
Well, that's true too.
Yeah.
That's true too, right.
Because the landlord's not gonna let the
Absolutely,
tenant carry the
that's right,
insurance
that's right.
if they still own it.
That's right, the landlord, obviously, right.
If code enforcement goes out and sees deterioration on the outside, and they feel it, and let's take a real situation, the one the mayor brought up, that we have two situations right now where there's raw sewage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so code enforcement sees that. Is that enough evidence that we can go in the house to do an inspection?
Yeah, absolutely, I think that would be. We would request the owner to come in because we've got evidence now that there are issues with this property. We would go in, now if they say, well, we're not gonna let you in, we would use that as a basis for a search warrant in the court, and we would get a court to allow us in for an inspection.
Okay.
That's the protocol.
Okay, now, we have two real cases. Where do we stand on those?
Well, I don't know if you guys have brought those over. Do you want us to, are you asking to go in on an inspection inside now?
We actually have the one on Chelmsford, we have a ticket
Okay,
already
all right.
issued on that one.
Did we,
I
did
actually
we,
posted it myself.
but are those done just exterior violations, or have we asked to go inside?
No, that was for the interior
Okay.
violation.
Okay.
We have been inside.
We got
Okay.
inside.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You have been inside?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Now,
Plumbing
originally, the
inspector.
landlord didn't want to let you in, right? He refused.
Right, but
Correct.
tenant let us in,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we got it.
Because that was
It's
part
for
of the
persistence, you have to go there
communication I
3-4
got.
times.
Yeah.
Now, are
It wasn't
these,
the tenants who
are these on
called it,
septic or are
it
they on
was
sewers?
No, they're on.
Well, yes.
Want it?
It was actually the neighbor
Yep.
who initiated all of this because the sewage was coming into her yard.
Tenant should have been.
And
Answer.
the tenant was sort of afraid of the landlord, and it was the neighbors that got involved and said, no, this isn't tolerable. And then they wouldn't let him come into the house originally. I mean, There's a trail of emails that we've had on this for 2 weeks, I think.
In answer to your question, one is a septic. The other one on Chelmsford, the sewer system failed. Okay, they had it snaked and they couldn't get through to the sewer. So what the owner ended up doing was dug a pit in the basement, put a sump pump in, carried the line through the wall of the house, and dug a hole outside and dumped the sewage in the side yard with a vent stack. As the weather got colder, as that sewage was pumping up and going outside, it froze. So there was no relief for it, and the sewage ended up coming back in the house and filling up the sump and filling up the sewage system and coming up through all of the utilities in the basement. And we had about 6 inches of sewage in the basement. Also,
And people living there.
and they were actually sleeping in the basement.
Oh,
God.
So they're gone now.
Yeah, they sent me pictures.
oh.
I don't want to see those.
So that house is-
No, but yes, fair.
the house is uninhabited now?
Unfit,
It-
and we have it posted unfit for human occupancy.
And
Okay.
the
And the owner doesn't live here.
he does not live here.
Lives in West Bloomfield.
Lives Bloomfield.
And the other one, that's on the septic?
The septic
Hunter's
failed.
Lane, yeah.
Okay, now is that, has that been rectified, or is it?
It is in the court system.
It's in the court system?
It's in the court system because the owner did not maintain the septic as required.
So
and
now we're gonna require a hookup.
They have to hook up to the water system now.
Well, I hope it's up to the sewer system.
Or sewer system.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Misspoke.
Isn't that the Flynn situation?
We know what you meant.
Now, the next question is, when you talked about sending out letters to people that need to register, there was a concern that the line would be so long that we couldn't get them done in 90 days, we'd get them done in maybe a year or so. Do we really feel that we have that many that are not registered, that it's gonna be a problem?
There are hundreds.
Well,
I feel it's gonna be a real challenge, and we've got staffing in the department that we need to address, but it is the pig in the python situation. You got a whole, we're gonna have to it's gonna be a SWAT team to get that initial batch process, and then to level it off on the cycle so that it's coming in on a more balanced cycle.
that's what I was
Well,
gonna suggest.
we do have a provision here that says, right, if we get a push and we get, 1,000 done this year, then that means in 3 years, we got another 1,000 to do again. There's a provision here that the building official can vary that term so that it does even out. So maybe instead of getting a 3-year inspection, you're only gonna get a 2-year, or you might get a 4-year, depending upon, so he or she would have the discretion to even those inspections out. So it's kind of a routine number every year.
What I was gonna suggest is, rather than send out a batch of letters for everybody, to send out as many as you think you can handle it over a 90-day period or
Sure.
whatever, and then keep that going
Keep
so
it
that,
moving.
because I could see somebody getting a letter and coming in there and take a ticket, and it's number, 263, and going home saying, I can't stand here this long. And then, when they finally get to the desk, and somebody says, well, it's been a year and a half since we're gonna fine you because you weren't, I was here 3 times and, the line was too long.
Right.
So,
We have that. I'm familiar with how that situation's gonna work. We're not gonna have a problem with it.
okay.
Frazier, I was just curious too, as far as sending out letters, could you just send it out by district or segment of the city or something?
It's kind of
So
true.
many of this segment,
Section.
and then
Yeah.
that would in essence give you a flow.
It would.
Over the
Sure.
year, over the 3 years, and, you have this segment, and then so 3.5 years, this one, that kind of stuff, so.
We'll map out true cash value of homes, those homes that have registered at any one point. We'll look for clusters, but there's a price point that we'll see some trends. And just same way you saw the heat maps, the mayor recently saw some maps on price point. I got a more comprehensive one on 10,000 increments. The GIS people are working on all the rental. We can begin to look at a couple other factors. And if we can get a database of the non-homestead properties, lay that over, we could see some other trends too. And maybe that can guide our initial strategy.
Okay. Any other questions? We beat this to death.
You want questions on the housing code now? Change?
Well,
Or you're done with the rental?
are we ready to put this into law?
Right, my letter said that if you're good with it, I will put it on the 25th.
Okay.
And you can introduce and then we'll enact the very next regular.
Are we all satisfied that we've asked the questions? We've got satisfactory answers that we can move forward for the 25th? Okay, let's move on to the housing.
I just have a quick, with enacting it, I'm fine, I wanna make sure that we do whatever we can to publicize this one. You know, either through, you know, eccentric, Southfield Sun, whatever it is, just to.
Must not allow landlords.
I know this is gonna come back, and I've already gotten, people saw this, and I got a lot of calls. I'm just nervous.
Do some work on it? Yeah.
I don't want
It's a
people.
good, it's a good thing.
It's a good thing, but, you know.
Well, I guess
I
I'm
just don't
concerned
want
about the
people-
calls because technically they've been required to do this for a while.
Right.
That's
That's
what I've,
I mean, that's
said.
not gonna scratch.
We really haven't changed the basic function of the ordinance. I think we've just kind of made it more logical and rational, and we're gonna enforce it, but,
They had a holiday.
yeah, yeah. It's true.
Finally, it's come to light.
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's move on to the housing code.
Now, this one, we've adopted the International Property Maintenance Code. You'll then see where we made some modifications. In essence, those are the sections in the International Property Maintenance Code that either had a blank or had options. And so it was incumbent now on us as the local entity to fill those blanks in. And so that's what you see. The one that I think we've really done some work on is the weeds. Because we have an ordinance on noxious weeds. We have an ordinance that says, you know, if you have noxious weeds or weeds that that get above 12 inches or grass above 8 inches, you know, that we have the right to come on the property and cut them and then charge. So I wanted to make sure that nothing we did here modifies what power the city has under the existing ordinance, which is section 9.50B. So you see some language that, in essence, just picks up that concept from section 950B. Other than that, you know, we worked with Mark and Ed and we decided, you know, what's the period for screens, what's the period that heat supply is required, and we're just filling in blanks of the code.
Okay, are there any questions?
Yeah.
Mayor?
I'm just curious, I'm not familiar with the International Property Maintenance Code. Is that just inside of the home, or is it include landscaping?
It does pick up grass.
I know that, but you know, we have our ordinance about trees.
Trees and stuff, right.
And covering the.
Right,
The windows?
right.
And dead trees are dangerous tree ordinance and things like that. But so, anyhow, to answer my question.
Those are local requirements for the dead trees, etc. But this, code enforcement will be also using this document. I've given a copy to Maria. This is the document they will be using also to enforce the exterior property maintenance on residential and or commercial properties.
And does it, I hope it includes roofs?
Yes, roofs.
Because we have, you know, you walk through these neighborhoods, you see these curled roofs.
Unfortunately, if we don't get in the house and it's not leaking,
Yeah.
that's an issue. If it's not leaking, that's an appearance issue that we in the building department can't regulate.
Yeah, I
under the
understand.
code.
We've had a lot of discussion over the years about this, but it's a concern that I have, because when you see a roof in that poor of a condition, if somebody doesn't do something, then they're gonna have bigger problems, obviously. Because then you're gonna start to have water damage, mold, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then the house, you know, like some that have been recently torn down because of this sort of thing.
It is a moisture problem that causes the shingles to curl, that they don't have adequate airflow in the attic. And there are some folks, I think, that exhaust their bathroom their bathroom,
Exhaust into the
exhaust
attic.
into the attic,
Right.
and that adds to the moisture problem, so that's what they're, and you're right, if they don't take care of it, it'll be even worse.
It's supposed to go out, but maybe not through the attic.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be vented out.
Directly to the exterior.
Yeah.
that's right. Yep. Any other questions?
Just another question, and I think this is a good idea, being proactive on both of these. So, section 304.14, section 3, so there's a requirement that every window should have a screen? This is what this is saying, right?
Well, it says, opening required for ventilation of habitable rooms, food preparation areas, food service opening, or any areas where products to be included or utilized in food for human consumption are processed, manufactured. So I don't think it's,
Under the building code, rooms require ventilation, manual ventilation. So if you have a bedroom and you want to open that window, you have to have a minimum of one openable or operable window in that room with a screen. Your screen doors, you can't just have the screen door without the screen in it, you know. And so we're pretty selective on, you know, we're not gonna say, okay, you got 6 windows in this bedroom, but we don't open any of those. This is the one we open, that's the one you should have the screen in.
And it includes holes, if you got hole.
Yeah.
I'm
You
talking
got holes in
personal
it.
experience. If you have a hole in your screen, you're in violation.
Yeah.
No, this is just interesting. I mean, I often thought that a window or screen would be a personal preference, not necessarily a law that requires.
You have to have,
a
in each room, you have to have at least
Okay.
one.
No, it was just a personal interest kind of thing. I just happened to hear, one day I was when I was out of town years ago, and there was a call-in, I'm getting off something, call-in program, what was the most important invention in your life? And this was about 10 years ago. A 90-year-old woman called in, said the screen mesh was the most important invention in her life because it allowed her to sleep with the window open at night. You know, this is when she was a kid, you know, so that was, it always stuck in my mind that it all depends on what generation you're in, what, you know, what's important, you know, so that's interesting.
Mr. Brandon?
Building off of that, when we say a habitable room, are we talking about just bedrooms, or can it be a living room, a dining room? And the reason I ask is, you know, a lot of homes, if they have an open floor layout, the front door may not have a screen on it. You walk in, but that's your living room, dining room.
Yeah, maybe a combination. The building code addresses what a habitable room is. It exempts hallways, it exempts bathrooms, because bathrooms have a different requirement for ventilation.
Right.
And it exempts kitchens and basements to a certain extent.
So if I have a home, you open the door, there's no hallway there, it's just, there's my dining room, there's my living room.
And you
I
have a
would need
screen door? If you have a screen door, or you have to.
But if I don't have a screen, I just have a front door.
You don't have any windows in that room?
you'd have to have one
I have
screen
that
window.
one
Yeah,
screen
one
anywhere.
screen
One
window.
screen window.
And again, I
I have a screen on all my windows.
Again, I go into a lot of homes, and so does Ed. Sometimes you'll walk in these and you have a living room and then dining room, L-shaped. I
Yeah.
consider that one area, and as long as there's one operable window in that, that's all I need.
Alright, and then the other question I have is weeds. Why do we allow weeds to be 12 inches and grass to be 8? Shouldn't it?
That was in our previous ordinance,
Yeah.
we just took it out of the previous
Right.
ordinance. We
Now,
didn't
noxious
change it.
weeds of any height cannot exist. But if they're not noxious and they're a weed, which can be just long grass, 12 inches for weeds, 8 inches for your lawn. That's just what we've always had. We've talked about modifying those heights in the past, but that's where we're at right now.
Isn't there a state rule on that? No, I thought
Mm-mm.
that was one of the reasons we kept it at 8.
To me, it just seems funny that we allow the weeds to grow taller than the grass.
Again,
They grow faster than.
and actually with the weeds, I mean, most of them, if you find weeds, probably in there somewhere is gonna be one of the noxious ones. So then it's any height. If it's a noxious weed, you can't have them, period. you can't let them grow 12 inches and say it's okay. They just can't exist, so.
Do you have a list of?
Yeah, it's right in the
noxious
ordinance.
and-
Yeah, it's in the
I don't
ordinance.
remember reading that.
Yeah. Look in the nuisance ordinance.
to
It,
go on that.
it lists all of the different types of
It is
noxious
a whole bunch.
weeds. Yes.
Geraldine will be happy with
Oh, absolutely.
that. Any other questions? Now, we talked about milkweeds
Mm-hmm.
and monarch butterflies.
Mm-hmm.
If a person says, I want to grow some milkweeds, do they have to file for a natural lawn?
They would, well, if it's I think the natural lawn ordinance already excludes noxious weeds. If milkweed is listed as a noxious, that's an issue. So I can check. I can see, I wonder what the formal name for milkweed is.
Milkweed?
Just milkweed?
As far as
Okay,
I
I
know.
will check. I will check to see if we pick that
It's
one
got a
up.
Latin name, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does.
But they're
But they're,
integral in the butterfly, yeah.
I understand, but again, if they're classified as a noxious, that natural lawn won't even help you because it excludes noxious weeds. You can have other things that are natural, but you can't incorporate a noxious weed in a natural lawn.
Could we could make an exception?
Obviously, these are your ordinances, you can do
Yeah.
anything you want with them. I'm just saying, right now,
Yeah.
that's the way it's worded. So if we wanted to exclude milkweed, we could change the ordinance.
Is it in there? Do you know that?
I don't know. I'll
I've
have
never
to
heard of
check.
it being considered a noxious.
I'll definitely check. I'll
And the
definitely
monarch
check.
butterflies, they've never.
Right, right,
Then they open up, they become noxious.
right,
Yeah, they become a nuisance.
right.
Obnoxious.
Yeah.
So is there a consensus then, we'll check on that, but that
Yes.
one will be on the 25th too?
Any other questions? Are we satisfied this moves forward to the 25th? Okay, yes. All right, ethics
I'm
policy.
gonna ask Mr. Gonzalez something before. we-
Okay,
We had a sign ordinance, you gave it a presentation on these outdoor lights on all these stores.
GoBots?
No.
Now we have one on here at thing, people are calling, I said, this is crazy, Christmas is over. What is it, honky hokey, what do you pronounce it? Honky hokey.
Hookahs.
Hookah bar.
Hookah bar? It's not a bar,
We're
they're
gonna have
just.
a hookah
I sent a
selling-
violation out
Yeah,
for that
but-
already, yep.
And then,
Yep.
and now, even my former store, it looks like a clown place. And then now they, down towards the Greenfield, now that guy's done it.
Yep,
So now we're gonna have 12 Mile Road lit up.
I've got, the violations have gone out. In fact, I sent one to the party store. They should be shut off at that one temporarily, the party store at, off at 12 Mile.
Town and Country.
Yeah, yep. They should be off. They should not be on. So if they're on, let me know. But I have sent a batch of about 100 of them out.
Yeah, because they are
Yep,
just
I know.
absolutely
I-
driving people crazy. I mean, they don't look good, they really cheapen the whole
I
neighborhood.
agree. That's one of the, that was the purpose for the ordinance.
I just didn't know if it was in yet, or
Yes, it is.
so we
Yes.
just put it on the back burner, or?
Nope.
Okay.
I know it's not on our agenda, but the subject has been brought to the table, and that's the sign ordinance. And do you want to talk about the Alzheimer's or not? Are you prepared to, or do you, because you're talking about protection of,
The blue campaign?
yeah.
There's been discussion, you wanna talk?
Yeah, I met with one of our residents this week who wants to do a local observance of Autism Awareness Month. It's really a growing problem, the number of people with autism. And so she will be coming before the City Center Advisory Board on February 9th, and it's to light buildings up in blue in April. We've also, I had told her and talked to the council president about doing a joint resolution to observe Autism Awareness Month in Southfield, like we've done with heart and breast cancer and so on. And then we were talking about changing the lights out here with blue gels to light City Hall in blue. Then also, I had yet to talk to Tanya at the chamber, but trying to enlist other businesses to join that effort.
But one of the things that people can, or that you can do is, there are ways to project images on the side of buildings.
Right.
Now, would that be considered a
Christmas
sign?
lights.
We had
Just the blue lights would not be.
No, no,
considered-
I say project an image on the
Yes.
side of a building.
Yes,
Would that be considered a sign?
yes, it would be.
We talked about
Yes,
that.
yes.
We had a draft ordinance that needed some additional research.
Right. Sue.
For example, on Southfield, the AAA building had the pink ribbon, and that was one of these Goldie lights. I thought it was a film product. I think the department's concern was, once you begin opening that up, First Amendment doesn't allow us to, what the message is. Okay, once you open it up, then anything can go there, so.
Okay.
I
We need
think
to
we
take a
need
look
to
at
do
it.
more footwork on.
Yeah.
The blue lights and the film
That's
would be
not-
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
haven't we
once
done
start
something in the
messaging-
Yeah.
past
Yeah.
about a 30-day or something like that? And, that's what they're talking about.
I remember, what, was it Don, it was about 5 years ago, we had that big projection over on the side of the building.
Well, now they have them for Halloween, now they have them for Christmas, these projection lights.
Yeah, I remember discussing
Yes,
that,
yeah.
so.
The guy across the street from me had that one that you see on, they were advertising around the holidays, where you could put a light in front of your yard and projected like little stars over
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
The cheap way of lighting
Yeah.
your house for
Right.
holidays,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, that was really
Yes.
good.
Yes.
It's kind of a disco effect.
Too.
Yeah, never hang anything, put it there, shine it up there.
Okay, back to our agenda. The proposed ethics policy.
Yeah, now this, we started talking about at the December study
Thanks, guys.
session. At the time, there was discussion, I had nothing in my notes that suggested people wanted this change or that change. We talked about some things. At that time, I think that it was indicated, well, let's just consider this kind of a first reading, bring it back in January, people will have time to have kind of thought about it and decide, So it's back in front of you. We have sent this to the unions because it does apply to employees as well as officials, elected officials, and appointed officials. So we're pursuing that. I mean, we've got one union that's indicated they think it's a mandatory subject to bargaining. We'll pursue, but it's back in front of you. I don't even know at this juncture is council wanting to adopt it, but I at least put the unions on notice that you're considering it.
Okay,
What's the, sure, what is the downside of it? I mean, does that create a labor problem?
No, it won't create a labor problem, we'll just deal with it. We don't think it's a mandatory subject of bargaining. We did notify the unions and at least gave it to them and let them know council is considering it. And if council adopts it, we will deal with the labor aspect of it. I just wanted you to know that because we had some communication before it was even brought to the table, that the unions wanted to see it. It was like, well, council hadn't even put it on the table. Since you now have looked at it, I thought it appropriate to at least let the unions know council's considering it.
Let me ask you a question, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
sure.
The package you gave us last time had various cities, Royal Oak, you had Roseville, Royal Oak, Rochester. Is our policy any different, and if it is, why is it different?
I wouldn't say it's
'Cause
different.
I looked through these and I really, the theme, if I could use it, is the same. I mean,
It pretty much is. What I tried to do, again, is I
be a good guy or
indicated
don't.
last time, right, Mike McGee had written Livonia's when he was a council person in Livonia. So it was very well laid out. So what I did was use a lot of what he had. I brought in our charter provisions that would touch on the subject and brought some other things that we had talked about in here. So you don't have, I mean, yeah, I looked at all of those other ordinances because many cities have adopted them. You notice in there, some of them have adopted as an ordinance, some adopted it as a policy. My recommendation, when it was before you, was we just do it as a policy, not as an ordinance, so that we're not called upon to, you know, actually prosecute somebody for a violation. But put it, my understanding of what we wanted to do was to say, this is what the expectation is, so that everybody knew and there were no questions. And so that's what we tried to do through the policy.
I have no problem with the one that was before us, is before us tonight, because it's very, you know, similar and,
Right.
and
Yeah.
I know the rest of them.
Mr. Minimal.
Did we get any feedback from the different unions?
The only one that has contacted us was one union, and they just shot something back very quickly saying, we think this is a mandatory subject of bargaining. We have not gotten anything from the others at this juncture. So, you know, again, knowing that we were gonna bring it back tonight for further discussion, knowing that I don't even know when you'd like it, if you would like it on a regular to actually formally adopt it, at least we provided notice. That was what the intent was with the unions.
It's interesting because if we kind of determine that it's going to be a policy, if they think that's a mandatory part of contract negotiations, then it becomes a law as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, and we just don't.
You know, it handcuffs them even more than.
Yeah, we don't agree, so.
Yeah. Mr. Brightwell.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea. Every organization that I've ever been employed by, they had an ethics policy. I mean, these are the ethical things that we want our employees or individuals to be dealing with. It's, even your house, you got ethics, you know, you want your kids and wife and these kind of, this is what we go by. So this is almost like, you know, you talk about prima facie evidence, this is prima facie, just real. I mean, so given that particular circumstance, I think we should go forward with it. But I did have a couple of questions that will be with respect to this here. On the use of information, definitions, prohibited conduct, yeah.
Prohibited conduct?
Number C.
Okay.
Prohibited conduct. And also just by sitting through my first elected official class, it indicated that any information that is, you know, confidential, given in closed door, is confidential. So that's common sense. I mean,
Right.
So when I saw this, I wondered why why they had to define that.
It certainly is defined.
It's just leaks all
It
the
is.
time.
Yeah.
That's the difference between
Yeah.
the first time you went to a meeting and the second time you went to the meeting.
And it might not be things that are seen and information that's shared during, say, a closed session. The law deals with in a closed session,
Right.
that information is supposed to be confidential. But what if you got something that was confidential, not within a closed section structure? So this is just saying, if you're getting something that's confidential and it's not FOIable, for example, then that should be held confidential.
Okay, and yeah, just so that is one to
Yeah.
clarify.
Periodically, we get things in our package in a confidential envelope. And, well, it's not in a closed session, it's still confidential.
Okay. The other item I have is that I said that conflict of interest, item number D. Okay. That pretty much indicates, and I'm reading this, it's just for clarification on my part. It's item D on the conflict of interest. Conflict of interest.
Oh, I see it,
one,
yes.
And then we got
D?
D.
Uh-huh.
Yes, D probably should be six. I don't know. But anyway, D. So that's pretty much saying that if I happen to work for anyone that, let's just say if I work for Dan Construction or something, I could not serve on this committee well, I should excuse myself if they come in and want to.
With a contract.
With a contract, I had to excuse myself.
Right.
From that.
Right, that would be a conflict.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so,
I have a question about that. Why wouldn't it be a conflict of interest even if you served as a volunteer on their board of directors?
Well, if it's without compensation, I mean, certainly if, because we know that council people, elected officials, employees may serve as volunteers on different boards, or if it's without compensation, then there's no monetary benefit that could be driving the conflict. So I think in general, it's setting out that if you're receiving a remuneration for it, that's where the issue comes in.
But isn't sometimes the emotional, the emotional tie is just as strong as a monetary?
Well,
That if I was on a board of directors of someone that wanted to do business with the city of Southfield, I could leverage my authority or
Mhm.
willpower to other members of the council to get them to vote for that, even though I'm not
I can take a
being
look
paid for
at
it.
this one. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
take a look at this one to see if I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the other one, I think that's my last question here, on nepotism.
Right.
What is second degree constant quantity?
It's
Is that-
defined by the charter. This comes right out of the charter.
Okay, but what is it second degree? Is that a cousin?
I don't
First
think it
degree
gets to
is-
cousins. It's right in the charter. Well, let's see.
Well, that's okay,
Hold
that's
on.
fine, I'm just reading.
Yeah, it's defined in the charter, at least and I'm only picking up in here what the charter prohibits.
Okay.
So that we know that, that would be where the nepotism would be.
All right.
It's prohibited by the charter.
Your first degree, okay, I'm just curious, just,
I think first degree is probably by blood, second degree is probably by marriage.
no, that's affinity.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Well, it says or affinity.
Yeah,
It's
but,
blood relation.
yeah, but it's second degree.
Might
blood
get to
relation.
cousins?
Yeah, cousin, I don't worry about it. I
Okay.
said, if it
Step
comes up-
brother.
Step brother. They're not blood.
Yeah, that's not blood.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's it, I think this is another
Okay.
good tool.
All right,
I have one.
Mayor?
I am confused about the city cable policy for.
Council
Yeah,
members
there was a big.
or elected officials
Big
should-
deal about this when Brenda had a television show. And I don't know where that stands today.
I could bring you the resolution that council has previously adopted
Right.
as to cable.
Okay, I would appreciate that, getting that refreshed.
Okay.
Because I'm not remembering exactly, I just remember, there's a really fine line
Mhm.
here between informing people, and that's why we have cable.
Mhm.
It's not really to entertain, although there is some of that. But, and to share, information and what's going on in the city, highlight businesses or whatever. But someone, I could see where someone would accuse who's ever on the cable, oh, well, you're electioneering,
Mhm.
even if they weren't up for election. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
need-
could bring
I
that
need a
forward.
refresher.
Obviously, a resolution can be changed, so I can bring back what the resolution is at this point in time, and
Yeah, I'd
there
like
could
to
be a
see
change.
that.
Okay.
If I remember right, and we'll prove that when she brings it, but I think it was during an election cycle.
It was
No
6
one
months.
can.
60 days, I think,
Yeah, no one
before.
can be a host of a program, because that gave them more
I thought
exposure.
it was 6 months.
Yeah, it was, I think it was during the election cycle.
Yeah.
When you're up for election, that you can't host a program on cable, because that gave you an unfair advantage over your competition that couldn't.
Well, I was obviously am fuzzy on what
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
is. So.
but
I asked that question to Sue a while back when we started talking about the ethics policy, and she pulled the resolution, and it was at that time, all television shows were banned without any type of time limit before an election, because no one can do that at all.
Okay, so let's see
You
what,
got it there?
let's see what the words say.
But it even went further, because I know as the election director, they would not let me even make an announcement if I was up for reelection.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Anything with what?
I said, that doesn't make sense if you're,
Well, no,
if
they
you're
they
saying,
wouldn't,
you
they
know.
wouldn't let us do anything regarding the election, because if it was an election year.
I remember in the 2009 election, I came out with the Southfield history book, the 50th anniversary book, and I could not speak about that book on television until after I was reelected. And we were trying to promote the sale of the book because the money was going to, not to me
Your campaign
personally,
fund.
but going to our causes.
Yeah, I thought, and I don't know if this is the latest, or, but this one says that effective July 1, '05, no elected official shall have a dedicated program cablecast on Channel 15, and the city's cable department is hereby directed to discontinue delivery of any programming on Channel 15 which is produced by or on behalf of any elected official. And be it finally resolved, the city cable department may continue to include elected officials in cable programming which reflects activities of such elected officials occurring in the normal course of their official duties, such as the mayor's annual State of the City address, city events, ribbon-cutting events, regular city county meetings, candidates forums, etc. So there couldn't be a show per se.
Right, that's what I thought it
But
was.
I think there's another one too. I'm gonna
Okay.
grab that. But we'll bring it back at a future COW.
Okay,
And it could have been in that discussion in the minutes, that they
Yeah,
said
that
for
could
6
be.
months
Here,
or
it's
something.
right here.
You have it?
May 9th, 2005 minutes.
This is approved 6/20/05, so it must have been the minutes, right?
Yeah, it could have been in the minutes.
Removal of all elected officials 45 days before primary
Oh,
election.
45.
And 60 days before the general election. If the council decides to allow elected officials programs, you have to review the policy that was established in '04.
Pulling all this
There you
stuff.
go.
Yeah, it's clear as mud, right?
What was on?
But then there was a proposed policy, no elected officials can have a dedicated program on the city's cable channel 15.
Right.
Elected officials with programs produced outside the city of Southfield will be referred to Comcast Cable Public Access Channel 18 for cablecast for their program. City's cable's production of Today's Women with Mayor Brenda Lawrence and the Condino Report
That was the
will end as of June 30th.
And you know, also,
City cable staff will interview any elected officials who may answer questions and communicate information on legislation, policies, and city events at their discretion, and the interviews will be included on Cable 15 News show produced bi-weekly by the cable staff. And then just a couple other things about ribbon cuttings and
so if you can't find it, call
Right.
Laurie.
Well, it's probably what I sent you,
Yeah.
right. So we'll try to put all this together and come back.
I just raised this too. I believe that the state representative was asked to do a cable show on Channel 15. Or it's been discussed or something. So I think there needs to be a definition of elected official.
In this policy, they define elected official to any individuals holding federal, state, or local
Oh, okay.
elective office, so that
Okay.
would include.
Okay.
Yeah.
do you want me to resend this to you?
No, I'll pull it back. This one's yours, so.
I thought you were reading the minutes.
The minutes were attached as well.
Okay.
But
All right.
Good. Something
Took
good.
note of the
Someone-
What do you wanna do with this?
September.
You wanna,
when you sent it.
you wanna hold it,
Which was
would
the date?
not pass it at this point in time, till we get some more answers?
I think we should pass it,
What were the questions we have on the table to still be clarified?
Well, one of the things is
Well,
there
you
gonna
could,
be,
but that resolution was independent of this. I mean, you could just have that set resolution for a cable policy, even if you wanted to change it.
well, no, not the resolution, I was thinking about the contract negotiations.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, again, if you never pass this, then we have no issues with them. If you pass this, well, then we'll deal with the unions on, because again, we do not think it's a mandatory subject to bargaining.
Mr. Chair, I have no problem with it.
Okay.
I mean, it's actually a policy, it's not to be enforced, but it's a guideline of how to behave and do business.
Okay.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Mr. Cruz?
Agreement.
Yes.
Mr. Bragwell?
Yes.
You are making a statement now, huh?
Yes.
We didn't have that shake.
Yes. And I say yes.
So for
Fine.
the
So we'll
25th?
we'll put on the 25th.
Okay, very well.
Also, the second degree, it's a grandparent, grandchild, brother or sister for you. Your spouse would be considered, on the other side, affinity.
Affinity.
Okay.
Thank you, Google.
So you have an affinity for your spouse? Okay? So that will be on the agenda for the 25th. And that will be on the consent agenda.
Oh, sure,
Yeah,
sure.
all right.
Got it.
So next item is City of Southfield, June 30th, 2015, audit presentation from Plant and Plant Management.
Mr. President, Lynn Roberts, representatives from Platte Rand, Tim Andrews, I believe Brian Berkey. They're here to present the June 30th audit.
They're gonna present it tonight?
Need some coffee?
How long does it
What?
take?
No, I didn't bring mine's all marked.
We'd like to also present
Well,
it.
we can,
You know, I mean, that's why it was dropped off. I didn't know, that's all right.
the council can overrule this if you don't want to, do
No,
it.
I didn't know they were coming, and I thought it was setting a date for it to go through the audit. I mean, I think it's important enough to spend a day. I mean, we've gone through a lot of money and done a lot of things. Pass that to Nancy, would you please?
Oh, you did get one in your bag?
What?
On your box?
They were in the boxes today.
No, I didn't.
The camper.
Get everyone, get a copy.
Are we looking at the CAFR or?
Yeah.
Okay.
The big,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I didn't.
Was there?
They're in the boxes. They're in the boxes.
I'll bring it up.
Communications.
I'm going to do it.
There's a request for
Do you know how long they need? Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you have any idea how long this is going to take?
We're planning on about 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
An hour or so.
Mr. President, I think this would be more, this should come off first because it's more important than the three-way. You know, whether it be 3 lanes or 4 lanes, this is, well, I got this, just what Fred dropped off.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, Plant Moran is here to give an explanation and a PowerPoint presentation of where we stand for the fiscal year ending June 30th of 2015. So I'll allow them to introduce themselves and they can get started from the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Bricky. I'm an audit partner with Plant Moran, and actually filling in tonight for Joe Heffernan. Joe is the audit partner on your account, and he had a previous engagement, couldn't make it, so he certainly apologizes for that. With me today is Tim St. Andrew. Tim has been the manager for this year's audit, and really what we're here to talk about is not only the audit for the year ended June 30, 2015, but the other deliverables that we provide as part of the audit process. So hopefully what you've been handed out is actually the actual financial statement itself, the comprehensive financial report, which is the large financial document. We also have our report to Mayor and City Council of our audit recommendations, which is the stapled letter. And finally what we've done is put together a graph presentation, which really is just a summary of some of the key financial information that's included in the CAFR. What we want to do tonight is certainly go through these items at a very high level and make sure we address any questions or concerns that you have. So what we'll plan on doing is I'll have Tim go through the documents again from a high level, and then feel free to interrupt us, ask questions. We can get into as much detail as you'd like. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim.
Thanks, Bill. Not sure if it's more appropriate to say good evening or good night, but I'm happy to be here.
If you say good night, we'll all go home.
Say good morning.
So as Bill mentioned, I see that you were just handed out the CAFR, the letter, and the graph, so we thought it would be helpful to go through at a high level, just to give you some understanding on what they look like before you dig in and go through the details. So the first thing that I will point you to in the actual, it's going to be the thick document that you have, is page 20.
I don't have that document.
Okay.
This one.
Next.
So pages 20 and 21 of them.
Miss Seymour does. Never mind. I thought she just said that.
Everybody has a copy? Okay,
Say the page number again.
so it's pages 20 and 21.
It's right behind the first gray divider.
Okay.
Thank you.
Financial section. So this would be our audit opinion. So this 200-page document, this is actually the city's document. Pages 20 and 21, this is really the only thing that comes from us. And on the bottom of page 20, there's a section headed opinions, and you'll see that first sentence, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly. What that means is that the numbers in this financial statement are materially accurate. They're in accordance with all of the necessary accounting standards. So what we would say is that's a clean opinion, and that's the highest level of assurance that you can get on these financial statements. If you turn over to page 21, I did want to point out one thing. There's at the top, the emphasis of matter paragraph. What that says is that the city in 2015 had to implement Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement number 68, and we'll talk about really what that means in a little bit, but it was a required implementation. It was the new pension standard that you may have heard about, but big picture, what it meant was the city had to measure its total pension liability and then record that liability this year for the first time on the full accrual financial statements. So once we get to that point, we'll talk about what that impact was in terms of dollars. So what I'd like to do next is go through, instead of going through the 200-page documents, we put together 7 or 8 graphs that would be helpful to go through. Again, it's high level. So if we go to the first graph, and everybody has the graph package. The first graph is general fund revenue by revenue source over the last 5 years. And in the first column there's property taxes, which obviously is your largest revenue source. This year, taxes made up 65% of the total general fund revenue. You can see from 2011 to 2012 there was a bump. When you look at your tax revenue, that was actually as a result of additional millages that were levied that year. But if you look at 2012 through 2015, you can see that it's relatively flat. And when you think about property tax revenue, there's really 2 factors. You have your taxable value, which we'll get to on the next graph, and then you have the millages that are levied. At this point, the city is levying the maximum that you're allowed under Headley. And so then once we get into the next graph of taxable value, you'll see that going forward, because of Proposal A and because you are at your Headley max, this revenue, if you were to look out another 5 years, it's going to be a slow growth. You won't see big increases here because you are limited with your millages that you can levy and with the taxable value growth. Looking at the other revenue sources, you can see that they were relatively flat over this 5-year period. And going forward, it's unlikely that you'll see significant revenue increases in any of these sources. So going out into the future, really all of the city's revenue sources, excluding any new sources that you may come up with, will be relatively limited to probably 1 to 3% inflationary factors.
Can I ask a question about the city?
Sure.
Is the decline in property taxes from 2014 to 15 related to Headley?
No, it wasn't related to Headley. Most of that decline, so taxable value actually had a small increase. If you think back 5 years ago, the city had to recognize some significant liabilities related to county chargebacks and Michigan tax tribunal liabilities. As those liabilities fall off, so at a point in time you had to record these liabilities and there would have been a big hit to revenue.
Okay.
At this time now that
are you
they're
saying there were appeals, tax appeals?
Sure.
Okay.
And some of the appeals, a lot of the appeals have actually fallen off. And so the big jump it's actually, if you look from 13 to 14, there's a jump, and it's because some of those appeals, that liability was reduced, so you actually picked up some revenue that year.
Okay.
And because there was additional revenue in 14, it looks like there was a drop. It was more of the impact on 14 related to those tribunal cases.
Without drilling down too much, on the licensing fees, we jumped up to 8.0. What was that made of?
Most of that, so if you were to look at the activity year over year, I think it was about the same. A lot of that, you guys had old building permit and escrow accounts that you went through and cleaned up, and a lot of that increase, almost the entire increase, was old escrow deposits that were forfeited to the city.
So we can exceed, that doesn't go to the state?
It does after our fees were covered, then any amount that we couldn't find the owner of those bonds, it did escheat to the state.
Oh.
Yes.
What's the transfer from other funds? The last column, most of it's zero, but then in 11 and 13, there's a small transfer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure dating back to 11 or 13 what those would be, but I could.
Right, I can research those.
So Lynn's gonna research those, so.
Yeah, so in general, that's moving money from another fund into the general fund. Probably, maybe you closed out some special revenue funds again, but certainly we can get the answer. But in general, it's just intergovernmental revenue moving from one pocket to another, essentially.
Any other questions on that graph? Okay. So when we were talking about taxes, I mentioned there were two factors, the millage rate that you're levying, the other factor is your taxable value. So this graph here shows the city's taxable value dating back to 2008, and then going out to 2025. The reason we went to 8 is because that's when the market crashed. So you can see between 2010 and really 2015, there was a pretty steady decline. Actually, a really sharp decline between 11 and 12, and that's when those additional millages were levied to try to offset this steep decline in taxable value, to try to stabilize your tax revenue. Because of Proposal A, so you can see the trend is going up. So this year we had a small increase. We're expecting small increases next year. Actually, the year we're in 2016, and then in 17, some small increases. This growth will be limited because of Proposal A by the lesser of 5% or inflation. And so if you did the math, starting in 17, assuming 3% inflationary growth, if you were to take this graph out further, it's 2031 before the city's back at 2008 levels. taxable value. 3% is probably aggressive, so if you were to drop that to something less than 3%, obviously it would take even longer, so it'd likely be 20 years from now before you're back where you were 7 years ago. So it was a very fast drop. See, 5 years you've had this drop, and it's going to take 20 to 25 years to climb back up. Moving to the next slide, this is our revenue sharing payment history. So it's the state share revenue. And what we're showing here, the orange line on top would be the levels of state revenue sharing that we received back in 2000. And then the blue is your actual revenue sharing. So that big gap in the middle would be the lost revenue sharing over the last 15 years. So that's a big hole that the city's had to fill, either from other revenue sources or from cost-cutting initiatives. So when you think back to the other slide with the taxable value declines, and then this state revenue sharing cut, you guys have really had to deal with your two main revenue sources getting cut quite significantly over the last 8 to 10 years.
Can I ask you a question? Tell me, property values can go up only 5% or what the state sends down to us. This year it's 3/10 of a percent. How does tax abatements, which are only, say for example, for 12 years, when you're going out to 2025, how do they hit as far as when they come back online, properties? In other words, is that assumption of what the value of the property is now, real, and then you take in your tax abatement, and then when that 12 years or whatever the abatement is for, then it goes back up a percentage?
I think whenever they come back
I mean,
online, it'd
I'm
be.
trying to figure out how tax abatement enters into taxable value.
Well, at the end, it's the net number that we're working with. When we prepare the budget, we show the ad valorem values before the tax abatements, and one of the last pieces are the deductions for any of our.
Yeah, but how do you assume over to 2025? And what is, say Door Corporation, was that 12 years? Part of it, or?
The PHN 210 is their value is capped. Their assessment is capped for a 10-year period on the existing.
Yeah.
So if you recall,
Yeah.
at that time the true cash value was like $3.5 million, and they only paid $1.5 million. So what we did is we preserved the higher value. So that value is what's recorded for the next 20 years. I mean, for the evaluation, it's what's their valued at. And we can bring Mike Radcliffe to walk you in what we deduct out is any of our
I'm just
increment
trying to,
financing.
I'm just trying to see in an assumption of what we have as far as dollars in the future. We use tax abatement to bring a corporation in with the expectancy that when a tax abatement is completed, then you go up to whatever the law allows.
You see it's what, you see is after the abatement's done, it goes up to the higher value.
But at that point, does it only go up 5%? Or you say this year, if it went off, you could only raise it 0.3%?
If I have a building worth I make $1 million building, and I'm getting a tax abatement, for crude math, we'll call it 50%. It's not always the 198, the assessment would be 50%. Each year, whatever that CPI is, that on that 50% would go up. But when the tax abatement's there, the full value comes in. You know, where this gets tricky for us is Hadley, is that millage is rolled back citywide, so there's no new net increase to the city.
But I can see what Don is saying. When the tax abatement expires, I think the taxable value of the building goes up. But we can't raise the taxes over only 3/10 or.
That, just the 50% deduction goes away. The abatement goes away.
Yeah.
But the true cash value, whatever But that's still in the book, so
But
we
it
can
could
bring
be,
Mike
but it could be
Radcliffe in.
5%, it could be 0.3%, depending on what the tax people send us as your index.
We could bring Mike Radcliffe to go through a couple examples, but the value goes up on the full value.
Yeah.
Then the percentage is based on that. But when the tax abatement's done, that value goes up.
Okay, that's.
I understand that.
That's one of the issues that I need to talk with you. Remember I said I want the departments to come in and
Yep.
explain. Tax abatements
We could-
is one of the ones that I think is misunderstood or not understood at all.
MSU recently did a great paper on understanding the whammy effect, the double whammy effect of Proposal A and Headley. And then there's some examples in their paper that deal with tax abatements as well. So property value goes up, it's capped by inflation, not to exceed 5%. And then our millage rate, when we do those calculations, the millage rate gets rolled back in very minute fractions.
All right, go ahead.
So we can move on to slide 4, be the general fund expenditures. And I won't spend a lot of time on this. You can see over the 5-year history that we have here, really no significant variances across the board. It's relatively flat over the 5 years. And if you were to look at just 2015 to compare to 14, they're up less than 1% overall. So you did have some inflationary increases, yeah, overall in the general fund this year. And moving on to slide 5, so the first 4 slides we had were talking about the general fund, which is the modified accrual basis of accounting. So that's how you budget. It's a very short-term outlook on the general fund finances. What I'm trying to present here on slide 5 is your governmental activities net position, and this would be full accrual. So it includes all governmental funds. It includes, and when I get into components, I'll explain those, but these numbers include your infrastructure, your vehicles, your long-term debt, and what we'll get into is the new liability. We talked about GASB 68, your pension liability. So what we tried to do here is compare last year to this year to 2 years from now. So if you look at the 14 column, we have 3 components. The blue is your net investment in capital assets, and that represents your infrastructure, any equipment you have, vehicles, less any outstanding debt that you have on those assets. The orange is your restricted fund balance, which may be unspent bond proceeds, it may be grant money that you haven't spent. So it's money that you have to spend it in a certain way. And the number that I'll focus on in the next 2 columns would be the green, your unrestricted. So this is after all of those things I talked about, what's left. And this is again, full accrual, it's a long-term outlook. In the 2014 column, that number was $12 million, almost $13 million. That excluded any legacy costs that you had related to pension and retiree health care. In 2015, with the implementation of GASB 68, as I mentioned, the city had to have an actuary measure their net pension liability, and then they had to record that. And this year, that liability was $65 million. And that's why if you were to look in this year's financial statements and that governmental statement of net position, you'd see that unrestricted amount is actually a deficit of $40 million. So what happened for pension this year is happening in 2 years for retiree health care, where the city will have to measure what's your total cost of providing this health care.
What's beeping?
I don't know, but if it starts going faster, I'm leaving.
Serious, everyone look around, something's beeping. Yeah, I think it's over there.
It sounds like it's coming, it's not mine. Sounds like it's coming from
Maybe there's this thing up here.
the recorder.
To the recorder?
Yeah, right there.
The monitor just shut off.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so in 2018, the city will have to measure the retiree health care liability and then book that liability on these financial statements as well. And based on numbers that we know today, these may change, but based on today's figures, that liability will be $173 million. So assuming all things remain the same, that statement in 2 years, 3 years, will have an unrestricted deficit of $165 million. So I think it's important to show this that long-term, and we'll get into the individual plans and the funding status, but long-term, there are significant legacy costs that the city will have to tackle.
So you're saying that we're underfunded on our pension liabilities by almost $166 million in, 2018?
So for pension, it was $65 million. For healthcare, it's $173 million. In total, when you bring it all together, because there is a small liability recorded already, I think $40 million. So in 3 years, when you bring it all together, it would be $166 million.
So we gotta find the money someplace.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, these aren't liabilities that you have to fund today, but they are obligations that you have that over time will have to get paid. Correct.
Sure.
So the next 4 slides, I'll go through these. I'll try to go through these briefly for you. But the first one, slide 6, is the service pension funding status, and I wanted to take it out to when it was last overfunded, so over 110% or over 100%, and that was back in 2003. The plan was 111% funded, and you can see what the trend is. The assets remained relatively flat. The liability kept increasing year by year, whether it was due to marketing conditions, changing in benefit plans. There are new mortality tables that came out last year that once those get plugged in here, that'll have an impact because, believe it or not, people are living longer. So at the end of 2015, the plan was 82% funded, which is still good. It's not 100% like you were 12 years ago, but what we're seeing is that most plans are between 70 and 80%. We do have some that are 80s, 90s, but on balance, I'd say 70 to 80%. So I think 82 is in decent shape, given the market conditions that we experienced in the last 7 years.
So the standard product peer group would be around between 70 and 80% funded?
Yeah.
How does that compare with, let's say, a corporate, basic corporation, as well as the?
Most, I'll say not most, quite a few multi-employer pension plans would be in the 60s. And those are the huge plans that you'll get thousands of employers pooling their funds. Yeah, those are, many of those are in pretty poor shape. Slide 7, we have the service retiree healthcare funding status. And 2 slides ago, I mentioned there was a $173 million total liability. The service piece of that would be $77 million. And you can see in the last 5 years, we've gone from 12 to 15%. So we are eating away at this liability slowly, and you are putting money into the plan. This is just going to be one that it is such a large dollar amount. It will take time. So I think if you just keep putting money aside and keep trying to get this funded, again, over time, it'll happen.
So this is a crazy question, really. What's the benefit of being 100% funded?
Comfort that all the money is there.
Peace of mind.
You have money set aside in the event you have another downturn. There is money for this purpose.
You can ask for a different multiplier.
Well, and when you're,
I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I know those rates.
But that's what happened before. Oh, you're flush, well, then we can get a better multiplier.
so typically if you're 100% funded, the amount you have to put into the system each year will be less.
Right.
Because right now you're putting in not only what people earn today, but what you're making up on that. And then also, obviously, in a perfect world, you'd always be 100% funded, because that means when someone retires, their entire pension is there. Now, again, we know there's a lot of assumptions in there, but you know, I would never say, you know, you're never gonna be at 100% all the time, because market changes, things change. But, you know, like Tim mentioned, if you're in the 80 to 100%, I mean, I'd say you're not in trouble. You're in okay shape.
So how pretty much was due to market conditions primarily?
On the pension side, market conditions, certainly on the asset side, had a big impact on it. On the liability side, it was more changes in benefits and experience differences, so, you know, people living longer, and just
Doesn't it
the
also, we
specifics.
had a lot of people retired
But
too.
that was a
You have
push,
more
though.
people into the program, and you have more liability.
Yeah.
If you just look at this one page, I mean, you can't look at one page and say this is the whole story, because the amount of money that we have to put into these goes all the way back to pages 1 and 2 of this, you know, where we've lost money on the value, the total taxable value, and, you know, the state shared revenue. We have less money to put into these things, and yet the demand is, it keeps growing, because, as you say, the actuarial table come out that says people are living longer. And Ken is right, if we get a better multiplier, that means that we don't owe quite so much.
Slide 8 would be the fire and police retirement system pension funding status. They were actually over 100% funded as recently as 2008. They were at 107%. And really the same thing with the market conditions and experience differences. They're now 82% as well. The last slide we have, slide 9, would be the fire and police retiree healthcare funding status. And out of the $173 million liability, this plan would be $98 million. And they were, at the end of 2015, 28% funded, that retiree healthcare plan. If there are any questions on the graphs, I'm happy to address them. If not, I'll move on to the letter that's labeled audit comments and recommendations.
I'd like to ask a question of our attorney. And back at the police and fire pension funding, do we have a bottom line? Well, let me ask the question in a different way. If they don't meet their responsibilities, we have to meet it for them, right? If their investments are short, we have to make up the difference.
Well, this is a levy, I mean,
Yeah.
it goes on the tax bill, but we're certainly not levying enough to get to 100%. We're levying what the actuaries tell us to levy.
But what I'm saying is, that's another drain on our, the tax base, is because we have to levy whatever we have to in order to make sure that
Right,
they can meet their
Yes.
requirements.
yes.
Whether or not their investments meet it.
That's true, that's true. If they, for whatever reason, their investments go
Tank.
low,
Yeah.
then the levy theoretically the next year is going to be higher because the actuary is gonna say, you need to make up for that loss of investment.
Right. Okay, now, if we're levying, is this a different levy? Because we started off by saying we're levying as much as we're,
This one isn't limited by Headley or Proposal A.
okay.
The levy, right, that's,
345 down,
But
that
it
could
goes-
go as high as,
and in the back.
But it goes to the taxpayer.
goes to the taxpayer, yes.
What page is that on in the back, the levy? And in the budget documents, we have millage rates.
I just want the rest of the council to understand, because this is your first rodeo. I want you to understand that you know, we just don't have big pockets of money that we can keep throwing into this.
In
Right.
2008, 2009, our surge fringe benefit rate was the 22 to 23 cents for every $1 payroll. It's now about 46 to 47 cents for every dollar payroll. And our police department was just a couple pennies more. The surge group in July 1, 2010, we were for every dollar we paid an employee, another 24.93 cents was going into fringe benefits. And with that statement, note that we were not fully funding the healthcare.
Right.
So fast forward July 1, 2015, for every dollar of payroll to the CSRS employees, 48.03%. So we pay you $1, another 48 cents went into to provide your pension and part of your health care. Police and fire, July 1, 2010, it was for every dollar of payroll, 25.11% was the city's fringe benefit rate, I call it. And July 1, 2015, 56.69%. And when you look at the documents and you go through, if we were to fully be funding our health care, it looks like, Lynn, another 25 cents for every dollar of payroll is what we need to be. So our fringe benefit rate is pretty much, if we were to work towards the goal of fully funding that pension healthcare obligation, you're now from what was in 2010, 25 cents for every dollar payroll, up to 75 cents. Similar number for the police department, about 81 cents. Did you find the millage rate?
Yeah, 164.
What
Is
is
that what
it?
you're looking for? Page 164?
164.
164.
That millage rate, when we put the budget together, in 2006, police and fire retirement was 1.7 mils. 2015, it's 4.45 mils. So we've raised that millage rate. It's the one, to my knowledge, it's the only mill that's not subject to headway. So that, for every homeowner, for every $1,000, you used to pay $1.70, is that right, or $17?
Right.
And then now you're paying so that's a substantial increase.
Absolutely.
We'll play with the numbers and see, what, if we have, if we get this funded, but another quarter will probably put you about 7, just under 8 mils.
But you take that in drains, just, those are millages that we're forced to, increase. I mean, we don't vote on that.
Right.
And that's why people are saying, well, my taxes are going up.
Absolutely.
In economic terms, there is a correlation between your tax base and your millage rate, fiscal capitalization. When you buy a home, the higher that millage rate goes in, our assessments begin to fall to reflect that. And that's one of our challenges, is what we've talked about in, what my staff, what we're calling the wildly important goals. Restoring Northland to its prominence, that site, reconfigured, restoring our home values and causing new investment so that people are near, investing, and then new homes are built. And we know that right now we're levying between $75 to $90 a square foot. We know we need to be at about $125 a square foot to get new homes built. So these millage rates do correspond to this, so it's a very delicate balance. And someone building a new home at a $200,000 home, which is a modest home, at $125 a square foot, will have a $6,000 a year plus tax bill. That's when people begin to think, you only have to, I hate saying it, cross Inkster Road, that same $200,000 home on true cash value will only cost you $4,400. Now, the good news is we're on par with our neighbors to the east and some of that older ring. The Ferndales, the Berkeleys, Royal Oak's a little bit less, but, it's that clustering. This is when we, I wanted this issue about these OPEB liabilities brought front center, because as a community, we've got to have a debate about how we're going to solve this. And we, for past, it's always been in the documents, but I wanted to show the impact on all funds, because that's how we can begin to tackle it.
Well, the example that you just gave was, if you want to build a new house, $200,000 house, this is what the taxes are going to be. But most people that want to move to Southfield are going to buy an existing home.
Right.
And the same problem exists with an existing home.
Sure.
Because it becomes uncapped. And now you've got this large bill. So we've got to find a way to get on top of this so that we can sell houses. Because like you say, another 2 miles to the west, they can save a couple of $1,000s a year and the same house. So, Mr. Grimwell.
And this is a general information, of course. In corporate America, the pensions are pretty much guaranteed when they flop by the government. There's a government pension organization comes in and buys the pensions for cities and other cities. Is there a certain, does the state back these pensions up or something?
Yeah.
No, but I'm just thinking because let's just say when taking Denton McLean, when the packing company went bankrupt, the federal government came in and bought up those, some kind of way gave the guys, the men and women, pension money out of commercial more than what it was. There's nothing similar for.
There is a federal board that picks up these pensions and gives you a piece of, right.
Yeah,
But
there's nothing for
I
cities.
mean, that's exactly the Detroit example.
There was some question, and auditors may want to say before the Detroit bankruptcy that the state would back, pensions if the pension
Because it
system
says
went-
they're constitutionally guaranteed. What
Right.
did that mean? Did that mean the state guaranteed them? And the bankruptcy court said, no, that's not what it means.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that precedence in the state of Michigan, that to some extent leaves us with some exposure, if the, pension systems,
Sure. Okay, that's why I was getting exposed, the exposure and obviously, it has to be paid in the same now. There's no similar organization as for corporate America, the federal government, some kind of way comes in and will not make them whole, but give them a piece of the pie or something.
Not that I've ever heard of or seen.
Mr. Malabo?
Does the public safety millage that we had feed into any of the police retirement as well? Or is it a separate, it's just
That is
strictly
a
for?
separate issue. In fact, as we go through this process, Linda and I had a conversation last week. Question that comes up about ambulance money, police and fire, public safety money. All of that money is being, when you look at what we spend for public safety services, we're spending every millage levy, and I'm gonna ask for a certification to that effect. I wanna lay that issue to rest. There's this urban legend out there that we're taking this public safety millage and using it for other things. It's going into public safety.
You mean the ambulance?
Pardon?
The ambulance? The ambulance costs.
The ambulance costs too.
revenue, yeah.
Lynn, we, October, November, the $2 million that comes in ambulance goes back in to that department. So, but I actually want to almost present it as, it's been certified, signed off, and here's what we spend in public safety.
That was a campaign issue.
Right.
That it wasn't going to police and fire.
I think, as I hear these things, my predecessor, I remember, talking about this, I want to, let's verify, put it out there, here's what we receive, here's what we spend.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to go to the next document?
Yeah, when we go to the letter, it has the audit comments and recommendations.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So this letter actually has three pieces to it. The first piece would be if we ever come across a finding or a deficiency in the controls, we have to communicate those to you. So we do have a few of those that I'll talk to you about. The second piece is other required communications that we have to have with you. And part number 3 would be other recommendations that came out of the audit. So if you flip to page 4, we did have 3 findings that came out of the audit. So page 4, the first one, this has to do with, there's one individual who was involved with accounting processes and treasury functions. So there was the ability to collect cash, initiate wire transfers, post journal entries, prepare bank reconciliations. There was just a lack of segregation of duties there. That has since been corrected, and the duties were segregated and dispersed to other individuals. But because these controls were in place during the period under audit, we do have to note it here and communicate it to you. Finding number 2, so the bottom of page 4, top of page 5. So the expectation for a financial statement audit is that we come in, the records are handed to us, and everything's perfect. There's no entries, there's no adjustments that we have to make, and in reality, that doesn't happen very often. And so finding number 2 just says that we came in, and we did have a few adjusting journal entries as part of the audit. Those entries are reflected in the financial statements that you have. There were fewer adjustments than last year, but whenever we have even one, we have to note it here and communicate it to you.
And if I may add, Mr. Chair, many of the items that were here, maybe with the exception of one, we dealt with a lot of one-time situations where, hey, it was new, a transaction that was new, maybe we hadn't seen it before, or it hadn't been in the city. And so some of the accounting for it just, was not necessarily a normal or routine transaction.
But there were fewer.
Yes.
Is this water and sewer bills? The unbilled water and sewer?
Number 2. No, that would be the accrual that's made at the end of the year, so there's always a timing difference between when your year end hits June 30th. There may be, water used, but you haven't billed yet. So the city has to go through and estimate how much water has been used or sold to customers that we haven't billed yet. And there was a small adjustment that was made to that estimate.
Okay.
And finding number 3, bottom of page 5 and page 6. There were certain projects this year that benefited roads and benefited the water and sewer activity, water and sewer infrastructure. And when we went through, and there were 2 projects in particular, the majority of the costs were allocated to water and sewer. It's tough to say whether that was right or not, but the finding here really gets at there wasn't the analysis done to determine how much should be allocated to water and sewer versus roads. And so the recommendation is that a full analysis should be done to ensure that the costs are being reported in the right fund.
Okay. Do you know when the project was?
When the project was?
Between 14 and 15?
Yeah, it was this fiscal year, yeah. It was
Okay.
between July 1st and June 30th.
To close out on the project.
Greenfield Road.
Yeah.
What are your, I see that you're material weakness. What are your categories of findings?
We have material weakness, significant deficiency,
Just those 2.
and then there's control deficiency. So three categories. So if it's a control deficiency, it wouldn't show up here. Significant and material weaknesses show up here.
Well, okay,
And then beginning on page 7, pages 7, 8, 9, and 10, this is the other required communication that we have to have with you. I'm not going to go through all of this in detail, I'll just try to pick out a few things, but the intent of this letter is if we had any issues with management, any issues during the audit, anything else of significance that we should bring to your attention, it would go in these 4 pages. So I'll pick out a few of them. On page 7, 3rd paragraph from the bottom, again, we state that the city did implement GASB 68. That's the pension standard. The city did, in accordance with that standard, record their unfunded pension liability of $65 million. On page 8, top 75% of page 8, we talk about significant accounting estimates that are included in these financial statements. So not every number that you'll see in your financial statements is an actual number that you can tie to a source document. There are estimates there, and the ones that we mentioned here would be the pension and other post-retirement benefit costs, your self-insurance obligations, your estimate for property tax appeals, and the valuation of any alternative investments that you may have in the pension systems. And for all of those, we look at anything we can get our hands on, whether it be third-party sources from your actuary, your banks, your insurance companies, to validate that the estimates prepared and concluded on by the city are reasonable. And so throughout all of those estimates we went through, we evaluated them, and didn't have any issue with any of them.
Okay, you didn't have any issue with it, so.
Correct. So the estimates that appear in your financial statements
Seem reasonable?
Are reasonable, correct.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you saw that as a weakness or something, that should there be a way of having the actuals rather than estimate?
Unfortunately for these,
There's no way.
there's no way.
Yeah.
You have to, management uses the third-party sources that they can get. They look at history, and then any future.
So it's really a judgment call.
Exactly, yeah. Then on the bottom of page 8, top of page 9, we do talk about, so the heading is corrected and uncorrected misstatements. There were 2 uncorrected misstatements. The first one had to do with that possible allocation to between water and sewer and roads for the projects this year. And the second one had to do with revenue in the Downtown Development Authority Fund. And so we call these past adjusting journal entries. So as we go through the audit, we have various thresholds that we set, and both of these items fell above the threshold that we have to report it as an uncorrected misstatement to you, but they were below the thresholds where we would make the city record these. And so management, in talking with management, they concluded that they were immaterial amounts and that they concluded to pass on them, and we, because they fell within those thresholds, we agreed that that was okay. And then page 11, I won't go through these, but these are just a handful of recommendations that came out of the audit. Happy to address them, but happy to address any questions that you may have.
One question that I have is, usually in these audits, one of the things that the auditors look at is, were our management people, or the people that we had contact with, were they cooperative and open with getting material to you that you asked for in a reasonable time?
Yeah.
Was that?
Yep, that would be in those last 4 pages. If we had any issues like that, it would be communicated. But no, I think Lynn and her team, what you have to realize is this financial statement isn't something that gets thrown together in 2 weeks. Along with them preparing this 200-page document, we have a full team out for a good part of 3 months. And they were always professional, great to work with, no issues at all.
Okay, good. That's always good to hear, even though you may find some blemishes in our accounting records. The fact that we're cooperative and we're not trying to hide anything from you, that is always a good sign.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Mayor?
Could you, on page 11, could you, I'm not quite sure what you mean there under the recommendation of drains at large. Maybe I'm confusing it with, because that's a county, isn't it, the drains at large, that's a county, although we collected, it's a county
Assessed by the county?
assessment.
Drain commissioner?
Yeah, can you tell me what that means? It's not clear to me what you're recommending.
So the city sets that millage, correct?
I thought it
The
was
county
passed on
does.
from the county, yeah.
The county says that.
Typically, so the intent of the recommendation, if you look at what you're collecting, and really if you look at your fund balance, right now it's in excess of what 1 year's worth of debt payments would be. So typically you wanna have that near break even.
Yeah, I understand that, but where I'm tripped up is the county, says that
They determine the millage?
they determine the millage.
But this says it's a special tax levy. I don't know what this is. This isn't the normal drain millage, that this is some kind of special tax levy.
street.
I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I don't know what this
You got
means.
you got the drains at large, chapter 23, we can come back and research that.
Yeah, I just don't know what this is.
Lee Schultz and I've had this conversation, there are some untapped assets in these drains, and I know, for example, San Marino, up at, that their drains need some cleaning. And when we go through this, 2 years ago, Lee and I went to the county, got all of the updated balances. But I think this is something we should, as we deal with our infrastructure, begin looking at this, because we do have some resources. But it's either gonna be the drain at large or the chapter 23.
Well, I stated my thing. I know the drains at large, the county said, and it says here approved by the council.
Well, the millage rate is, we do levy that.
Yeah,
Our budget.
Okay.
That's one of the line items.
It's not really clear to me.
Yeah,
What that
it
means.
says unlimited special tax.
Yeah, I don't know what that
I don't
means.
either.
A
I mean, that
special
sounds like
tax levy,
there's
yeah.
no top to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there a cap on that drains millage?
No, but it's gone up,
Right.
because the county keeps pushing that on us, and it's sort of a pass-through tax. We collect it, but that's one I've noted every year, and it's on page 164. You can see that it's like quadrupled since 2006.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, if you go to page 135 and 136, the CAFR, just to point out, and this is something we're definitely going to research and explore, especially as we go through the budget season, is pretty, this levy is to pay for the debt service on those drains. And so what we need to explore is, from a long-term perspective, how long, what debt service we have to cover, and are we assessing too much? And so that could be something we could, if the county is mandating, and at this moment, I don't know if there's a mandate from the county, do we need to have that conversation to them that, hey, well, maybe we need to bring this, maybe we need to bring it down, based on what the debt service needs really are.
And, well, maybe I don't understand, well, my understanding is that we didn't have any control over this.
Mhm.
So,
Okay. But
I could be mistaken,
Well, somehow or another, the auditors must have found some documentation that says it was set by the council.
Well, since we approve what we're gonna include on the tax bill,
sure.
it is approved.
Technically it is.
Technically, right, but it's a number that's sent
There's no cap.
by the drain commission.
It has no cap.
Exactly.
But
We can look into that. I didn't realize that the county mandated that they told you that this is the rate that you have to
generally,
levy.
if that's the
It's on our water
normal,
bill.
right, but I don't know if this is something different, that's the only
Well,
thing.
it's a separate item on your tax bill.
Right, but I just wonder, is this something different, this unlimited special tax levy? I don't know.
So-
Well, we need to
Right, we
research.
need to
that.
research.
Yeah, I think our main point was, if you look, as Lynn mentioned, on page 135 and 136, you can see the property tax coming in, the debt service coming out. And we're just saying, take a look at the level of fund balance you have in there and figure out, okay, going forward, should we talk to the county and say, hey, we don't need to levy that much, we can reduce it. And so again, we put this in the other recommendations as something we noticed, bring to your attention, and you can deal with it as you see fit.
Mr. Brightwell?
How long does it take you to perform this audit?
3 months?
Well, I think we start out here, we come out for a week in August, a week in September, and then the good part of October, November, December. We issued this year, I think it was December 23rd. So 3.5 months, 4 months.
Merry Christmas.
And that includes, what I didn't mention, that includes the single audit, the audit of federal grants, which is 95% complete. And that should be completed and issued in the next couple weeks.
Okay, how many man hours? Do you keep track of man?
We do, I don't have that number offhand.
Okay. No, I'm just curious.
Camp out.
They're camped out.
Are there any other questions?
Is this a draft or is this the final version?
This is it.
This is what we
This is the
say.
final cap.
Okay.
Well, where are we usually get?
We'd like to present something to the general public on the 25th.
Okay. What kind of a presentation do you expect?
Well, I think we're gonna work a little bit more on that, in the next week and,
Will Plant Moran come make?
yeah, Plant Moran would be, historically, we've only presented this, at the COW, but I'd like to take it out in the general audience and allow 15 minutes on a presentation to, communicate where we're at, with the public. You know, for the most part, if you take out the unfunded issues with retirement, we're in good shape. We have issues with the library fund going into fund balance. If you play those liabilities, and we played with the numbers this afternoon, I think the library, for example, this year, and let me make this, they beat budget every year. The library has a fund, they'll be going into fund balance of about $110,000. It's actually a little over that. And if you were to fully fund that annual required contribution for the healthcare, the library would be another $413,000 to the library. So what they're going into their fund balance, instead of just being $110,000, it would be $523,000. Parks and Rec, I think they were, and again, they too beat budget. This year's budget, adopted budget, they were going in a little over $450,000. And their number would be another $260,000 to fund the annual required contribution. So the amount they would need to stay afloat to go into fund balance would go from 450 to another 710,000. So.
All right, we'll put this on the agenda. Let's put it earlier on the agenda so that,
I think we have to correct page 18 in the.
yeah, I was gonna bring that up.
Okay. This
Yeah,
is
that's not correct.
This is not correct. Page
So,
18 needs
the
to be
elected
corrected in the
officials.
former.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I will
But
need
it's
to.
June 30th.
Yeah,
No,
but
it's not right.
That's not right. They got the wrong people in
Brenda
there.
Lawrence, this is reflective of 14.
If I may, what that will mean is I will need to collect everyone's books, get it corrected, and I can have it ready in the next couple days.
Oh geez, what am I gonna do to go to sleep now?
In order for us not to waste the money.
Sure.
Why don't we just
Right,
paste
they're easy
something
to
over
find.
the sheet?
yeah, but you could
It's
do
one of
that.
these,
Just paste
That's
it.
all.
Yeah.
Or you
Print
could
it.
just print a
It's front,
sheet
it's in
and
the-
they
it's in
can
the-
put it in here or something.
Just, I would paste something. Yeah,
We'll have it corrected on the
let's not
website.
waste the paper.
And
It's a vanity thing.
I'll come up with a plan.
But
Page 18.
I would like a corrected one for the clerk's records.
Page 18.
Just get a pasted sheet.
I'll just keep that.
No, you can't get that.
Yeah.
We'll get back to it.
You're not even on there.
So she
Give
wasn't.
me your
Oh,
book. Give me your book.
You know, and then we'd add the acting also, so,
You wanna
So
collect
the
these,
acting council
Glenn?
president.
If I would prefer personally to have them extracted and then insert new ones if you don't mind.
Sure.
And then I can have them provided later this week. Unless you just actually want them for monthly.
I've memorized everything, so I know right now.
There will be a quiz.
Oh, yeah. If you wrote notes in yours and you put your name on it and then I can do it.
Well, I mean, that's it. Is this existing as a current, Or was that for that
Even,
fiscal
even,
year?
even then, it's wrong.
It's wrong,
It's
yeah.
wrong.
For the first half of that fiscal year, it would have been right.
No.
The last 6 months of 14.
Oh, yes.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
So I don't know
Okay.
what they're trying, yeah.
Nope,
We won't blame you.
Seems like we should just be current people as of the audit, not the fiscal year.
You all set, Aaron?
We're all set on, next unless, next is communications.
No, you got this gentleman waiting up there.
Oh,
We're all set? Oh,
Oh, we're all set,
All right,
yeah.
thank you, thank you.
yeah, what, John?
Oh,
those two?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll get this.
Okay, the next item on our agenda are communications. First request for recognition is Pam Gerald, and you have 3 minutes.
I don't think I'll take that one. You know when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. For the people listening on YouTube, my telephone number is 248-346-0439. I'm so glad that Plant Moran was here tonight talking a lot about the pensions and that system, because that's the one system that I don't understand. And I plan on going to every county's pension board meeting so that I can try to obtain some information and knowledge about how it all works. And I was really surprised to see Lori Siskin there. I didn't know that she was on the Oakland County Pension Board. What I found to be so amazing is that her appointment was based on her being a person in the community, not a city liaison, not a government liaison, just a person in the community. And I'm not sure that it's fair for her to be at that meeting when she's on city time if it's not for city business. Now, is it a good idea for her to go to learn more about pensions? Maybe so. But is she getting paid to go to the meeting, or is she getting paid while she's on the payroll to be at the meeting? The other thing that I found was so interesting is that Oakland County does not have the type of policy where you can take your part-time status, and I only know of 2 employees that have done this with the city of Southfield, which makes us, again, very unique, the center of it all. They don't have a policy where you can take your part-time status, put it in your pension, and it count as full-time. So I don't know how this is able to be done, if this is negotiations based on who you are, where your office is, what clique you're in. But I think we need to clean up a few things that need to be done before, again, these new visioning sessions go into place. So maybe you might want to explore the option as to whether or not she really needs a deputy human resource person. If you're getting her a deputy at $79,000 and with benefits, you're gonna pay that person $142,000+. I don't think she should be able to go to those meetings. If she's representing the city, representing the government, representing the city from a pension board standpoint, I can understand it, but not as a community person because she lives in Oakland County. And the other thing that I wanted to say is, you saw an example here tonight of 2 employees in the building department that was able to give you a whole lot of knowledge about what you guys were asking about. And that's the type of talent we have here. You paid wage trim thousands of dollars.
Your time's up.
And you didn't need to. Thank you, Mr. Frazier.
The next person that has requested recognition is Gerard Mullen. And your time has started.
Gerard Mullen, Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037. Mr. Chairman, last year on May 18th, this council voted to place on the then upcoming November ballot a proposed charter amendment to eliminate the wasteful Southfield local primary elections. This was music to my ears, and I thank council at the June the 1st COW meeting. And again, on November the 9th, I thank council for the passage of this charter amendment. A true victory for this city. Even though I voted and campaigned for council's progressive initiative, I believe that there was still a better way to have handled this problem. The problem, as demonstrated by the recent 2015 August local primary election, that is, spending $76,000 or more to eliminate just one council candidate from a pack of 9. A better solution to solve this problem would be to raise the threshold that would trigger a local primary election from 9 to 13. This would satisfy, to some extent, both sides of the argument. Those who are totally against local primaries and those who are for local primaries. Because in the foreseeable future, it would appear unlikely that there would ever be a real need for a local primary election for council. But on the other hand, a once in a blue moon scenario would trigger a primary, making both sides happy, or partially happy. Regarding the election of the mayor, the treasurer, and the city clerk, I would exempt all 3 positions from the elective process, period. Many municipalities make the treasurer and the city clerk staff positions. In regards to the mayor's position, the current council president would become the mayor, and the current council president pro tem would become the deputy mayor. A future mayor would have a council vote and not a veto. We have seen over time how the mayor's veto has been eroded. A future mayor with a council vote would be a much more effective leader than one with a weak veto. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our communications portion of our agenda. Mr. Fracassi.
I've got found a letter dated September 22nd, 2014. This was a moratorium on the oil and gas. That was for 180 days.
It was extended after that.
Oh, wait, that's what I know.
It's in effect through April 18th of 2016. April 18th, 2016.
2016, April 8th?
18th.
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 It was extended again for 180 days.
Through that date, yes, through that date.
It's good, because somehow we ought to get my command to get something out to the public that there is a moratorium in Southfield, because I've been getting beat up by this newspaper, and I did not even talk to this person, Hunter. He quotes me, and I did not have anything. I never
Just
talked.
guess what you're
Then he
saying.
said that I was not available, and he quoted me.
He guessed what you were going to say, but you weren't
Yeah.
available to say.
So, I mean, but this is coming up and it's a hot issue.
Right.
And I think we ought to get to our people. And the other thing I ran across was, and Terry had it, was the Reynolds Aluminum Building was supposed to be declared a historic district designation.
The which?
Reynolds.
The Reynolds?
Reynolds Building.
Oh, the aluminum, yes.
And I don't know if that was ever approved.
Wasn't finished.
Pardon?
Wasn't finished. I asked about it recently.
Well, I'd like that followed through, because it should have been finished.
I agree.
I mean, that is, to me, a very, very special building. And I ran across that. That's all I have.
As far as the oil drilling, I talked with our state representative yesterday. Today, the MDEQ was supposed to make the decision of whether they were going to give them a license to drill or not.
Well, Lake Cox is representing him, and he's wired.
We sent a
Public
letter
legislature.
up to MDEQ, the director today, with We actually, through the Risk Authority, we hired an expert who went through an analysis of all of the issues, all the regulations, and how the permit application really does not answer a lot of the information that these regulations require. So that went out today. We've also notified Jordan and Word of Faith that there is a moratorium in effect, and that is zoned single family and drilling is not permitted. So we put them on notice, you know, and we're in the process of drafting a complaint right now, so that if MDEQ issues tomorrow and Jordan goes out and starts drilling, that we're gonna file a complaint in circuit court and try to stop them based on the zoning, that it's a nuisance per se, because it's a violation of the zoning ordinance.
Yeah, if they wanted to be contrary, they could cut down all the trees, and pay the fines.
They could, but that's a lot of trees to pay for. It's an acre of trees, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was working with, when I was up in the mayor's office, I think I gave you one of the cards, didn't I? I know Terry's got one.
Jack, is it Jack?
Jack Lanigan.
Yeah, we've been CCing on
Yeah,
everything.
all right.
Yeah, we've been CCing.
And he's able, you know, lives right here in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, we met with him. He
And
came in.
he'd be glad to come down and talk to council
Yeah.
anytime. He's right in the neighborhood.
Okay,
But that's something that really got to stay right on top of.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I said, with Cox representing it in the Republican House and Senate,
Well,
he's got,
obviously, we've seen,
he's got,
If I may,
yeah.
Cox is claiming, well, they did this in a soccer field in Livonia, and nobody knows, and it didn't make any difference, and on, but, you know, we've got a very active citizens group. There were over 60 people in the frigid, maybe you saw it on. the
Sunday
news.
morning, I saw,
On
I drove
Sunday,
by them.
on Sunday morning.
When I was at church.
And that list is growing. I keep forwarding, people who have contacted me, I just keep forwarding those names onto the citizens group. Because that, I think, is an important component of this, that the community is aware. And I don't know if the church hierarchy will listen to that, take that into consideration. I'm also finding that some of the, I don't know what the communication has been with the parishioners about this, but some have said they didn't know anything about it, or they weren't advised of it.
we had heard that some of the parishioners are not in favor of this.
Oh, yeah, I've heard from, and again, I passed those names on to the citizens group, that they're not in favor of it. One woman compared it to the Marathon Refinery in southwest Detroit that she
right.
lived through. And I believe that the citizens group is gonna continue to picket on Sunday mornings, again this Sunday.
Yeah, but let me just say this to you. Butler doesn't care. He doesn't care. He came up to my office, he's about as arrogant as anybody. I'm gonna do what I wanna do, it's my land, and he had a secretary with him. They have pictures and all that stuff, and I brought Terry up, and he got into it, and he walked out of the office. I mean, I just told him I'd do anything I can to stop him.
Well, that's why I didn't, he called me, or had some intermediary call me. I didn't meet with him because I knew you did not have a good experience. I thought it was futile. I'm not gonna be convinced that this is a good thing.
No, but I think it's wired. I really do. I mean, I just think that why they hired Cox is because he's got inside track. I mean, that's the politics of it.
Well, the statistics anyway on how many applications they've ever denied, it's just so minimal
Well,
that
they're
it's-
claiming that they have a handful of letters of objection and 1,504.
The MDEQ has 1,500 for.
That's what I heard. That's secondhand information.
person in the church,
The
right?
parishioners,
You know.
maybe, yeah.
But I
You know,
heard they did that at Shelby Township, and the residents are just saying it's a mess. did fracking in Shelby Township, and they've
The
got a lot.
Michigan State allowed it up on their land in Troy.
Well, you might want to come out Sunday morning and meet your constituents that are out there.
But they just should find out that we have a moratorium because they think we're doing nothing.
There was something posted on our website when it came to light about the moratorium.
Yeah, the press release went out, and it has, a lot of the articles have included that, the fact that the city has a moratorium. The question is, will the DEQ just thumb their nose at it? And that's why I asked you.
Right, well, the DEQ has said this.
I appreciate your response
When
today.
we issue the permit, that is only our little piece. You also have to comply with any other local, state, federal laws out there. So they're not going to say, sorry, there's a moratorium in effect, we can't issue the permit. We'll issue the permit, but they have told Jordan, you still have to comply with other laws. What we're anticipating is that Jordan's gonna say, I don't need anybody else's approval, I've got DEQs, and then start. And that's when we have to be ready.
So that's why we put them on notice.
Right, and we sent that letter directly to Jordan saying there is a moratorium, you cannot start this activity. Even if you get a DEQ permit, you are not permitted to start drilling, so.
You sent it to Butler too?
We did copy word of faith, yes.
Well, if you remember some years back when they cut all the trees down for more parking, I know I was on council at the time, I got 100 or more letters because I was opposed to cutting the trees down, and I met with the church hierarchy and had told them, build a parking structure, which they claimed was too expensive. The woman that was out from the church on Sunday morning said, well, this isn't gonna be harmful, and we need the money because we wanna reopen our Agape house for unwed mothers, that they had to close, that was a group home in Roseland Woods, or right next to Roseland Woods, on Birch Ridge. And then, we all question, that church is not broke.
Right.
Yeah, I can tell you when they were doing the parking lot, that there was obvious education going on at the church on how to write the letters, because I must have gotten 50 letters from the church, from congregants in the church, and every one of them it was a template, sort of.
Yeah.
And, just fill in
the blanks, right?
Fill in the blanks, so I'm sure that the 1,500 letters that the MDEQ got, probably you could hold them up to the light and they all say the same thing. The question that I have is, assuming that we lose on every front, what's to prevent, if there is an oil deposit underground, them from going under Barrow Woods?
Exactly.
Well, first of all, they don't have the right to go on the land. But what we've said is that under the ordinance that we had worked on, that we've been looking at, we were gonna do industrial districts. You can easily access this from 8 Mile Road with the directional bore.
Sure.
And so that's one of our options. We're saying, go on 8 Mile, get a leasehold interest on an industrial zone property, and directionally bore, and you can do the same thing in an appropriate zoning district.
2,200 feet down, I think that's what they said it is.
I don't know, but our
2 miles down.
our expert said that is not a problem to go from 8 Mile over to 9. You can do it within 2-3 miles, so, because we asked that exact question, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that, they've had people prosecuted because they were stealing oil from other people's property.
Well,
Directional boring.
the DQ says that if it's there, if it can be accessed, it's nobody's per se.
Because they own the mineral rights?
Right, if the first that get to it, that are able to access whatever deposit's there, it's theirs.
Can we
It
put
doesn't.
trespassing?
Well,
But I would think the MDEQ would be so sensitive right now with that
they
Flint
should
thing
be.
hanging over
They
their
should
head
be.
to have this come up. Well, the Flint thing is still unresolved.
You'd think so.
You'd think so.
But, you know, Mike Cox's wife is in the legislature.
Yes.
And she approached Jeremy
Yes, he's,
months ago.
yes, thin.
About being favorable to this. And Jeremy said, no way.
He said, we're gonna do it anyhow.
Yeah.
Who has the inside track on whether or not, how did this get initiated? Did Butler go out and
Right.
approach Jordan, or did Jordan approach Butler?
I don't know.
I don't know. All we know is that they had conducted some kind of seismic activities and they had located that that was a good area. So whether Jordan conducted it and then went to Word of Faith and said, hey, you know, we got a deal
And
for you.
obviously, if they can drill from 8 Mile, drilling at 9 Mile in Evergreen is gonna be a lot cheaper.
Sure, oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
They
And
never had a
that's-
farm over here,
Me or Mary Thompson?
yeah, and then they were over at Borbeck.
Yeah.
And then they went across the street to Word of Faith.
No.
Yeah, I can't imagine that the Word of Faith would have the moxie to say, I wonder if there's oil under here.
Right,
You know,
right.
I mean,
Right.
who would
I-
think it, you know?
Right, I think it's
I think
Jordan
it's
that
Jordan.
identified it and
Yeah.
then came to
Where's
it.
Jordan based out of? Are they out of-
Traverse City.
Traverse
Yeah,
City.
Traverse City.
But
Yeah,
if they
take
do,
more from there.
if they do find oil, does the church not become a for-profit entity?
Well, I think that there's that issue, sure.
That piece
If
of
they-
it,
right,
not the whole
that
church,
piece.
but
The
that
church
piece of it.
probably will create a
A separate corporation.
Yeah, they might deal with it.
Yeah, but there are a lot of churches that have
Profit hours?
Mhm.
homes, yeah, homes for people, you know, houses, housing, and that part is taxable.
Tax-
Right.
But where there's active religious services going on is what falls under the.
So potentially, you lose, you take them to court, everything else, they start digging for oil, that area would become taxable
It could,
to the city.
mhm,
But at what cost?
right.
Yeah,
That's what I said,
can't
if we
do
lose
it, Larry,
everything.
you can't do it. It's the same
And-
Flint
and-
situation.
yeah. And,
Yeah.
and if they're taking the oil under Barbary Woods,
How do we know?
You
well,
wouldn't.
You really
they
wouldn't.
claim there's a deposit.
Yes,
When I
we
read
jump
in
in
Cranes
first
about
to
this
drill
seismic
from
thing
Bower,
they
right?
did.
I
That's just
suppose
adding
there are,
insult to injury.
Mhm.
I suppose there are ways that you could find out whether or not they're drilling under Bower Woods, but we don't own the mineral rights anyhow.
Well, from what we've tried to look for those deeds, but in general, the DEQ has reserved rights to the proceeds if any drilling occurs on those parklands. It's not that they would get a piece of whatever profits, so the state would, so,
They can
kinda
use
have
that
an
to hire a
incentive
new
to
director.
improve.
yeah.
All right, is there anything else, Ms. Banks?
At our last council meeting, we discussed increasing the allowance for our cell phones.
Mhm.
And I just want clarification, were we gonna put that on the next regular meeting?
It was supposed to be on our,
Because there was discussion, we approved it last week, and I'm
I don't
like,
think
no,
a Rule
we
10
didn't.
was done though, was it?
No, we did
no,
not approve
I
it,
think
so.
you and I talked about it at the meeting,
Mhm.
and it was gonna be on our consent agenda.
On the 25th?
Yes.
That makes sense, right, right.
Okay, so.
And,
Is it a-
and I think your argument was, well, you talked about it.
Right,
So it can go on
exactly,
the consent
exactly.
agenda.
So is it, and I think, Fred, you said you'd prepare a letter, and now that I remember
Yeah.
the discussion, right. For
Okay, so we'll
consent.
get that on the consent then.
Is there anything else to come before the council this evening? It is still this evening. Very well. If there's nothing else, come before the council. The meeting's adjourned.
Pass this around before you leave. Somebody asked me about the bell and where it came from. I told them it came from Southfield Bank of Southfield.